Chapter 121. The path of the Overlord sealed all skills upon initial entry. That meant there was no significant threat except for the initial cursed zone. But after conquering the Colosseum and returning, the one-way restrictions of the path were lifted, and the skill seals and other restrictions were also removed. In other words, battles could occur within the passage. No, they certainly could occur. Looking around at my party members who had lost consciousness and collapsed, I broke into a cold sweat. It's too much to have a Lord-class monster hiding and suddenly appearing. Damn it! Standing before me was the culprit of this situation. The Vampire Lord and the boss monster of the next stage, No-Life King Celendian. He may look like a young boy in his early to mid-teens at a glance, but one should not be deceived by appearances. He's actually a monster with hundreds of years of experience. Celendian was observing me quietly with his bright, blood-red eyes. His gaze was unsettling, reminiscent of a child observing a captured insect. "Do you feel like talking to me, player?" Upon hearing the boy's voice, I replied brusquely, "My name is Ash." I said, "Ash, my name." Ashborn hater ever black. These creatures kept lumping me in as just another player instead of using my name. Do they think I won't tell them my name if they ask? My name, Ash, is dirt cheap. They'll hand it out left and right. Upon hearing my name, Celendian blinked for a moment, then clapped his hands together. "Ah yes, of course. You guys have names too. What did you say? When you look at ants, you call them ants, you don't ask their names, do you?" Celendian slightly bowed his head. "Anyway, I apologize. I was thoughtless. I repeat, I had no intention to upset you. I also didn't intend to harm you. Didn't you? Then what's this?" Pointing to the collapsed party members around us, Celendian cast a glance at them. "Understand, human. For me, it's quite a hassle to subdue you without killing you. I just wanted to have a conversation." As I watched him apologize and ask for understanding, I became certain. This guy, he didn't come here to kill us. If he had intended to, we would all be dead by now. But he only subdued us and even wanted to start a conversation. Celendian's purpose was not to kill us. Of that I was certain. However, why go to the trouble of keeping us alive, we who are as insignificant as ants and could be crushed with a flick of his finger? Well, fine by me. If he's willing to lower himself to this extent, I see no reason why I can't indulge him in a conversation. Plop. I just sat down right there on the corridor floor. Celendian's gaze turned puzzled as he looked at me. "What are you doing?" "I'm sitting. You sit too." Sit here. I'm not sure what you want to talk about, but it's awkward standing like this. Isn't it?" Celendian seemed a bit confused. Apparently he wasn't familiar with the sitting culture, but cautiously sat down in front of me without a word. For a moment, we sat facing each other, silently observing one another. I was glaring blatantly, while Celendian had a calm expression. I really wanted to punch him right in the face, but doing so would likely cost me my life. Anyway, I took a deep breath and asked, "So, what is it that you wanted to talk about with me so badly? What's bothering you? Studies? Career? Adolescence? Which one?" "I don't understand what you're saying, but..." Celendian carefully opened his mouth. "There's just one thing that I wanted to ask you, that I've been curious about." "Go ahead and ask. If I can, I'll answer." Not answering might result in losing my head. I had been wondering what kind of question made him come all the way here himself. The question he asked was completely unexpected. "How did you kill Orlop?" "What?" I scowled, asking. "Orlop, the commander of the Black Spider Legion, the mother of all spiders, the queen of tarantulas. That's Orlop." "What the hell is this? Wait a minute. If she was the commander of the Black Spider Legion, the Black Spider Queen we killed during the forward base battle? That Black Spider Queen defeated in Stage 0, the tutorial. Seems like her name was Orlop. Back then, she wasn't displayed as a named entity, so that creature was the Queen of Tarantulas? The Queen of Tarantulas. a title that signifies the biological mother of all spider monsters in the Protect the Empire handbook. I thought she only existed in the handbook since she never appeared in the game. Was that creature from the tutorial really such a big shot? No wonder she didn't easily die. She was a Legion commander. To my nod, Celendian reciprocated with a nod. You seem to remember. Well, of course I remember. I nearly died because of that bastard. Literally, I almost died. I was on the verge of game over there. Orlop would usually not go to the front lines herself. However, she was spawning at that time and seemed to need to consume human flesh and despair. Gross. I grimaced. There was no need for such a horrific tale. However, she died. Celendian stared at me gently. You killed her with a cannon. Well, yeah. Strictly speaking, it was Damien, but anyway. So what? I did kill that spider. Did it come back for revenge? Revenge. Smirk. A smirk formed at the corner of Celendian's mouth. It was the first expression he showed on his face. For that mere spider? Hardly. I did tell the king I was going to battle for revenge. But that's just a superficial reason. I never had sympathy for that filthy spider. Then why? What's the connection between me killing that black spider queen and this kid coming after me? The answer was revealed soon. Because Celendian clearly stated it from his own mouth. I want to die. Question mark. Wait. I was stunned. Unable to comprehend. What? I said I want to die human. I want to face death. Celendian slowly looked at his own palm. It's been about 500 years since I came back to life here. I've been wandering in search of someone who can kill me again. Came back to life? Wants to die again? What the hell is he talking about? Not understanding. I blinked as Celendian continued to mumble to himself. But no one, not even a decent wound, let alone killing me. And then Orlop. Celendian looked at me again. This time, it wasn't just my appearance he was looking at, but something deep inside me. Orlop, who was a Legion commander like me, got swept up in an unexpected situation and died, just by a mere human's cannon. I had a hunch then. If the one who killed Orlop could do it, maybe he could kill me too. There was a desperate look in Celendian's red eyes. Can you kill me? Can you free me from this never-ending dream? Can you return me to the darkness of eternal sleep? After staring blankly for a while, you're talking nonsense. I opened my mouth, starting to growl. Can I kill you? Is that even a question, monster? What? From the start. I came here to kill you all. I slowly got up from my seat. To rip out your monster neck, hack your flesh, burn it to ashes. That's why I'm here. I remember those who bled and fell to the monster's claws and teeth. Of course, I will kill you. Not just you, but your subordinates, your family, and whatever the hell that creature you call king is. I remember the Margrave who, after a lifetime of holding back monsters, eventually fell apart and died in my arms. Everyone, every single one. I will annihilate them all without leaving a single one alive. I remember the sight of more than 3,000 corpses lying on the battlefield, the azure sacred flame burning amidst them. That is my mission on this front line. The single goal I must achieve even if it costs me my life. The clamor of the funeral, the wailing of the choir, the silence that followed the prayers. Ken, Tyne, Ron, Gia, Peek, and the countless warriors whose names were not even left behind. I remember it all. That's why it is my duty as the commander of this front line to despise you creatures so intensely. You need not worry, Vampire King. Whether you ask for it or not, I will gladly kill you. It would be wise for you to prepare for the scream you'll let out when you meet your end on my sword. Celendian, who had been quietly listening to my roaring voice, smirked. Really? Is that so? His smile was faint. It was different from the mockery earlier. Quiet, even shy, a small smile. Even if your attitude is just a bluff, I am glad, because at least your hostility seems genuine. Celendian slowly rose from his seat. But I really can't understand. How could you, mere prey, kill me? Is there even a method that exists? Of course it exists. What do you think, vampire spawn? How many times do you think I've chopped off your head in the game? I declared confidently. Just crawl up to my castle walls with your neck clean. Then, it'll be the one to end your pitiful life. Smirk. The smile deepened on Celendian's lips. For a moment, he looked like an old man in his 80s or 90s rather than a teenager. But in the next moment, his expression returned to its usual stoic state, and he transformed back into a teenager. I will see you soon. I sincerely hope your words were not empty. Slowly, the ends of Celendian's body started to transform into mist. And your subordinates, they have been trying to ambush me since they regained consciousness. It might be a good idea to stop them, because I wish for you to be in your best condition on the day of our final battle. Surprised, I looked at the party members who were lying on the ground. They had woken up without me noticing, and were all preparing to ambush Celendian, their secondary weapons at the ready. I hurriedly signaled them to stop. Stop, stop. You can't even deal proper damage right now. Then, player. No, Ash. As he completely turned into a black mist and disappeared, Celendian whispered faintly. I am looking forward to it. I hope that you can truly kill me that day. Swish. The mist, resembling a flock of bats, engulfed him, and he was gone completely. Staring at the spot where the Vampire King had disappeared, I muttered under my breath. If you want to die that badly, why don't you just kill yourself, damn? Why all the trouble of coming and going and asking someone else to kill you? Just kill yourself. Write my name in your suicide note. Then we'd both be happy. But I guess he can't do that, hence he's asking someone else to kill him. There's no need to empathize with a monster's situation. As I grumbled, I looked down at the party members. They were all grimacing in pain, slowly picking themselves up. You don't need to despair over the difference in strength. Our fangs will definitely reach that guy's neck. I lifted up each of the moaning party members one by one. I will make it happen, and you will make it happen. With so many things to say, the party members looked at me. I just nodded at them. Let's go back. There's so much to do. Chapter 122. After a long trek down the corridor, we made it back to base camp a few hours later. The curse on the vertical passage had also been lifted. As I pushed open the manhole cover and climbed out, a familiar safe point greeted me. I let out a long sigh of relief. We made it back alive. The possibility of getting ambushed by a stage boss in such a place had never crossed my mind, and it was a lot to process. Physical fatigue aside, the mental strain was just as heavy. Well, the dungeon is the monster's base, so it's only natural to expect an ambush. But a stage boss coming directly is crossing the line. The balance of the game, which had already gone haywire, was once again fluctuating. We needed to come up with a plan. The moment I returned to Crossroad, I was going to grab that director bastard by the collar and give him a piece of my mind. At that moment, my party members, also bearing the signs of exhaustion, began to ascend one by one through the vertical passage. I managed to muster a weary smile for my party members. You all worked hard. The four of them lined up in front of me, their faces still bearing grim expressions. Hey, don't make such a face. It's only natural we lost to that monster. If we had won, that would have been the real shocker. That would have been truly shameless. It's my fault that... Lucas, with his head hung low, murmured in a stifled voice. I exposed our leader to the enemy. I failed as an escort. Hey, it's not that you weren't good enough. If a SSR grade was inadequate, where did that leave me, a holder of trash stats worse than an N grade? Should I be banging my head in some corner? Huh? However, it seemed Lucas had no intention of stopping his self-blame. His lips pressed tightly together, he kept his head bowed. Next to him, Damien was looking down at his smashed crossbow. I could track that vampire with my eyes, but my body couldn't react in time. Tracking it with his eyes? That was quite a feat. just by using the eyes. There are things that can't be accomplished. Damien, with a clenched fist and a determined face, looked at me. I will train my body, my lord, even if it's just to make better use of these eyes. I was secretly surprised. I hadn't expected Damien to be the first to say something like this. Next to him, Evangeline gritted her teeth, holding up her shield. I can block it next time. His attack? Really? Of course. Unlike the sniper, I couldn't trace the path of the attack with my eyes, but I could intuitively sense which direction it was coming from. Evangeline opened her sharp green eyes wide. My hesitation in trusting my instincts and not moving accordingly led to our defeat. Instincts. Did this have something to do with Evangeline's unique trait, Crossroad? She couldn't have triggered it this time as she didn't have her unique equipment. Next time, it won't just be about blocking. I'll smash that vampire bastard's jaw with my shield. Evangeline growled ferociously. Just wait and see. Next time, definitely. Lastly, Junior shrugged her shoulders. It seems like the magic is completely above my head. The Vampire King was apparently at a much higher level than the SSR grade genius mage. I've never seen such a concise magic formula. He nullified my magic in an instant. He isn't sitting on that throne for nothing. Immediately afterward, Junior cracked a smile. But thanks to that, I've got a hint. A hint? Yes. I never knew such an application existed. I should be thankful to that vampire. Thanks to him, I've gained valuable knowledge. Had she learned something by being bested by Celendian? I looked around at my party members. It seemed like they all had some sort of realization. Celendian probably came to me because she had a question and casually overpowered my party members in the process. But that might have provided an opportunity for my party members to become stronger. By any means necessary. Lucas gritted his teeth. Next time we encounter him, by any means necessary, I will stand in front of you, my lord. I won't care about the means. I wanted to say something to dissuade him, but I simply nodded instead. I trust you, Lucas. I decided not to undermine my knight's resolve. Instead, I hoped this resolution would hone his edge even more. No matter how you dress it up, a defeat is a defeat. I mulled over the bitter taste, reflecting on my actions, confident that this experience would make us stronger. Hey chicks! That's when we saw it. The dwarf blacksmith, Kelly was trudging towards us with heavy steps. You crazy kids! I heard you ran off to the Colosseum on the path of the Overlord. How did you make it back alive? Kelly chuckled, charging towards us. Then, he noticed our expressions weren't exactly radiant. His voice became cautious. What happened? Did you fail? We've conquered the Colosseum, master. I shrugged. But what came after was the problem. What came after? The Vampire King came himself. We each got a solid hit. Kelly's eyes bulged. What? Celendian himself? As Kelly tried to ask more, I handed him a bag of dark crystals. Kelly, stunned, accepted it. Kelly, these weapons are important. Please take good care of it. I spoke earnestly. We must behead that monstrous creature. But the reality is we lack power. Therefore, the weapon you craft for us is more important than anything. Hey. After opening the bag and letting out a soft chuckle, Kelly winked at me. The materials are all here. Good. They'll start right away. What type of weapon should I craft? A longsword, a cavalry lance, and... I glanced at Damien and declared, arrows. Kelly jumped up, utterly surprised. What? Arrows? You rich kid. You want to waste this precious material on arrows? Exactly. I didn't hesitate. If it can be used to kill the Vampire King, is it really useless? If there's something more precious, I'd gladly sacrifice it. So, no more chit-chat. Please craft the highest quality weapon. Kelly, who had been gazing at me, suddenly burst into laughter. All right, just as you said. If it can kill Celendian, there's no need to spare the materials. Kelly Bay took out something from his pocket to show us. I even got this to make your weapons more special. What is it? It was a tree branch. A tree branch emanating a peculiar energy and a crimson aura. This is Demon's Twig. It's also known as mistletoe. It grows only in the deepest dungeons. A cursed branch. A rare material item that can be acquired only in the latter half of the game. I swallowed hard. If you craft an item using this branch. Ho ho. Seems you know, Prince of Sprouts. Kelly Bay grinned widely and explained. If you forge a weapon using this branch as a material, it becomes a cursed blade that significantly reduces the healing ability of those hit. This blacksmith, he looked so much like Santa Claus. There could be no better gift for those vampire bastards. What Kelly Bay meant was that he would add an effect to the fortress weapons that reduces healing ability. This would truly turn the weapons into hard counters against vampires. Stunned by this unexpected windfall, I pointed at Kelly Bay's shoulder. Did you get hurt getting this? Kelly Bay's shoulder was wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage. He must have gone to get this while we were away, and got injured in the process. Don't talk nonsense. I just scraped it a bit when I tripped earlier. I found this branch on my way back from a short trip. Annoyed, Kelly Bay soon cast a heavy gaze on me and the party members. This is the only way I can help. The blacksmith, who had lost all his brothers to Celendian, was unusually serious. Kill that monster, no matter what. Free exploration ended. Leveled up characters. Ash, EX, LV.34, 10. Lucas, SSR, LV.42. Evangeline, SSR, LV.41. Jupiter Jr., SSR, LV.37, 1. Damien, N, LV.35, 2. You can now promote to the second class. Deceased and injured characters. None. Acquired items. Dark crystals, 20 pieces. Summon scroll. Chimera origin, player skill. Colosseum victory chests. 6. As soon as we returned to the crossroad, the party disbanded. I sent everyone back to their lodgings. Everyone, don't think about anything and just get some rest. Lucas, you too. Rest at least until dinner. We had been through a 2-day schedule, got battered in battles, our pride was scratched, our legs were tired from walking. Everyone must have been exhausted. Understood. I'll rest a bit and resume escort duties, my lord. I'll get some sleep. See you at dinner, senior. Yawn. Lucas and Evangeline entered the Lord's mansion. Call me any time if you need me, Prince. I need to review today's battle. Well, Your Highness, I'll be waiting for your call. Damien and Junior returned to the temple and the inn respectively. I waved at the party members trudging towards their accommodations. Rest well, guys. Ugh. I'm beat. As soon as I returned to the mansion, I went straight to my room and collapsed onto my bed. Turns out, the one-on-one with the Vampire King had exhausted my mind more than I thought. My head was spinning, and my stomach was churning. As I thought about him, my consciousness sharpened independently from my condition. Those red eyes. Looking down on humans like they were insects, the gaze of a predator. To beg for death from a human while looking down on them so. It's outrageous. I clenched my teeth and sat up in bed. Despite the fatigue caking my entire body, I felt like I couldn't rest easy. Let's sort out the items I got this time. Sitting upright on my bed, I opened my inventory. The items I obtained from this free exploration weren't half bad. First, the Summon Scroll Chimera Origin. A one-time skill that allows you to summon and command a boss-class monster. Like the massive steam golem that I found useful in Stage 3, I could now summon a Chimera Origin. The monster turned to dust from one shot of the Black Queen, so it does feel a bit weak. In reality, a Chimera is a powerful monster. Not as powerful as the massive steam golem, but it should be enough to give the vampire guys a run for their money. Besides, Chimera's blood is toxic. It's practically poison to the vampires. Even though I theoretically know this, the fact that it got blown away with one shot looms large. It does feel weak. Sigh. But an extra card in my hand is always a good thing. I gratefully used the summon scroll to register the skill. Next, the Colosseum victory chests. The Colosseum dungeon doesn't have separate loot boxes. Instead, they give rewards like this, providing chests directly into the inventory, one for each wave you've beaten. Had I defeated the Wave 7 Jackal, I would have received a Colosseum Championship chest. But these 6 were all I got, since Jackal was skipped due to the event. It's not much, but luckily, I still have some unopened chests that I saved. I took out the chests that I had saved in my inventory. The chests received as rewards for clearing stage 4. 5 R-rank reward chests, 2 SR rank reward chests. I had left them alone because I didn't need any items immediately, but the real reason I hadn't opened these chests was a superstition from my gaming days. It feels like opening 10 at once gives better loot. Whether it's individual or consecutive, the chance of getting an item remains the same. Still, opening 10 at a time made me feel like I got gold more often. I knew this was just a matter of perception, but one couldn't help but succumb to shamanism and totemism while engaging in this box opening business. Anyway, I had saved a total of 13 boxes. I decided to open them all. I cracked open the boxes all at once. Please, RNG God, help me. We're in this together, aren't we? Flash, flash. The light spewing from the boxes filled my room. With all my might, I exclaimed, "Did I strike gold?" Chapter 123. What came to light today was an undeniable fact. Indeed, I had no connection with the god of gacha after all. In the midst of the mountains of boxes that exploded so brutally, I was collapsed, lying like a corpse. God of gacha, you bastard! How much heart did I pour out to you? Could it be that I was the only one in love? With a pained expression, I dragged myself up from pretending to be the jilted lover. Though my heart was bitter, I had to tidy up the items I received. The result of today's box opening was disastrous. Not a single completed item dropped. All I got were consumable items or crafting materials. Why was I saving them? Looking at the stage 4 reward boxes rolling around, I gritted my teeth. I felt foolish for keeping and preserving them. From now on, if I save boxes to open all at once, am not human, am a dog. I had a feeling that I would soon need to bark. But for now, I gathered the items scattered on the ground. Rewards. Standard High-Grade Magic Core SR1. Standard Advanced Magic Core R2. High-Grade Stamina Potion 3. High-Grade Magic Potion 3. Status Abnormality Removal Potion 2. Dungeon Escape Teleport Scroll 1. All magic cores and potions. And a single Dungeon Escape Teleport Scroll. Wasn't this the same scroll that I received in the early stages? I threw the scroll casually into my inventory, pursing my lips. A Dungeon Escape Teleport Scroll was an item that let you escape from a dungeon in an emergency. It sounded good in theory, but it had quite a few problems in reality. The first problem was that using it meant giving up all the rewards. As the name suggested, it was for escaping. You had to abandon all the rewards and just save your skin. So unless the situation was utterly hopeless, it was better not to use it. The second problem was that it took more than 10 seconds to cast when using the scroll. In other words, it was unusable in a crisis. Even though our party had faced many hardships so far, we never had the luxury of time to leisurely use this scroll. It might be useful if we're lost or stranded. Anyway, there's hardly any use for it. The potions and cores were fine, they could be used widely. But they weren't the rewards I was hoping for from opening boxes. I sighed deeply after sweeping all the items into my inventory. I was hoping for something that could help in this stage. Huh? Wait a minute. I felt like something was missing. I counted the items in the result window. There are 12 in total. Weren't there 13 boxes? When I looked around, a SR grade reward box was left untouched in the corner of the bed. Why didn't it open? I was sure I opened them all at the same time. Did I make a mistake? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope reignited. I put my hands together, praying to the god of gacha once more. Hey, god of gacha! We had good times, didn't we? Show me some of that old affection and give me one completed item. As I shouted and opened the box, I begged for just one item. Please. And then, flash. A purple light surged out from the box and gathered into one shape. I gaped in surprise. A completed item really appeared. Screaming Gauntlet, SR, LV.30. Category, Auxiliary Equipment. Defense, 5 to 10. Durability, 5/5. Intelligence plus 5, magic power plus 5. For each enemy you consecutively defeat, your magic critical rate increases by 1%. This effect lasts for 30 seconds. Set effect. Must Scream, January 3rd. If you equip all items in the set, you will inflict a mass fear status effect each time you defeat an enemy. The set requires Screaming Jewel to activate. Owned by Jupiter, SR. The set requires Screaming Robe to activate. Owned by Jupiter, SR. Huh? Is the Screaming set completed here? Unexpectedly, the Screaming set was completed. I furrowed my brow as I looked at the gauntlet in my hand. Well, it's obviously good to get a set. It's nice, but out of all the set items, why is it that the Screaming set just keeps conveniently falling into place? Well, did I get some sort of rate adjustment? Since I got the jewel first, the rest followed. I eyed the item with a groan. Something seems suspicious. Let's be thankful and use it for now. Anyway, it was an SR grade set item. A 3-piece set at that. It fit perfectly for Jupiter, who was an area magician. To clear stage 5, we had to mobilize all the means at our disposal. There was no room for being picky. Come to think of it, I also had that item I had ordered at the blacksmith. I remembered another item I had ordered quite a while ago. It was also made for Jupiter, but the rightful owner had been incapacitated by an injury. It's been left untouched. They'll have to give it to her all at once. I tucked the Scream gloves into my bag. I worried whether Jupiter would be able to properly use these items. After resting until evening, when it was time to eat as expected, Evangeline hadn't come because she was sleeping. Shell make a fuss about being hungry again in the middle of the night. Lucas served my meal with a heavy look on his face. You look like you're gonna collapse just standing there, so loosen up. I understand that you're worried, but my appetite is also becoming heavy. After the meal, I ordered Lucas to forget about his escort duties for today and rest well. He surprisingly accepted, and told the chef that Evangeline would likely raid the kitchen in the middle of the night and to leave a portion aside for her. And so came the nighttime. I sought out Ader's room. Director, attend to your player guests. Oh, Lord, why are you in my room? Ader, who was dealing with paperwork in a corner room of the mansion, was surprised when I visited. I came to talk to you. Come to think of it, this was my first time in Ader's room. I slowly looked around the room. It was an unimaginably bland space for someone to live in. The room, painted with colorless wallpaper, only contained a desk, a chair, and a bed as furnishings. There wasn't even a single book besides the documents he had to deal with as an aide, and it was completely empty. He managed to live in such a place. Huh? I spotted something in a corner of the desk and approached. Chess? An old chessboard was sitting there. Maybe he was in the middle of reviewing a match. The black and white pieces were haphazardly scattered about. While I was blankly looking at it, Ader carefully called out to me. My lord. Ah, yeah. I didn't come to look at this guy's room interior. I'd better get down to business quickly. I quickly explained to Ader about what happened during this free exploration. Celendian visited you in person? Ader also seemed surprised by the news of the Vampire King's intrusion. A boss monster personally seeking me out. This time, thanks to that screwball, we got through without a major issue. But it would be troublesome if such a thing happened again. How am I supposed to do dungeon exploration? I talked at length, but in the end, what I demanded was one thing. Compensation, this guy. Give me compensation. Spill the loot. It's a violation of the game rules for a Legion's Lord to come out of their domain and directly seek a player. But Lord, this place is reality. Ader murmured thoughtfully. Whether it's monsters and humans, Lake Kingdom, and the Empire. Most things that happen within the framework of this great game are allowed. Don't you know that, my lord? I guess so. I've also been using some tricks that would be impossible if this were a game. For instance, equipping Damien with 6 magic guns. But if that's the case, there's no guarantee that I won't be ambushed again in the next free exploration. If things go wrong, it's game over. Hold on a moment, my lord. Ader opened a system window and swiftly manipulated something. I've added some simple features to the achievement store. If you purchase and apply them, they will help prevent situations like this one. Ho! I quickly opened the system window too. What's this? Welcome to the Achievement Points exclusive store. You can purchase various items and abilities that will help in the game with your accumulated achievement points. Current achievement points: 90000P. New products. Let's see. Is this it? Boss detection radar. 4 free exploration, only. Sends a warning when a boss monster is nearby. Price: 5000P. Emergency escape bomb. For free exploration only. It enforces a stun on surrounding monsters, and the player party's movement speed increases by 100%. Price: 45,000P. Uses up 1 dungeon escape teleport scroll when the function is activated. That sure would come in handy. It doesn't block it systemically, but it detects it and asks to run away. Moreover, is it telling me to rush in and fight while fleeing? Isn't it better than nothing? Aha! I guess it's better than nothing. Sigh. Grumbling, I spent my points to purchase the function. My rebel's necklace. That was tight around my neck flickered for a moment. The function must have been activated. And my lord, while such an element may seem like a crisis right now, Ader pulled up the corners of his mouth faintly into a smile. Later on, you might be able to utilize it, don't you think? The fact that the stage boss monster can come find you in the dungeon means, on the flip side, that you can go find the stage boss monster in the dungeon. I blinked in surprise. Wait a minute, that's true. In that case, it depends on how you, my lord, choose to use it. So, I won't block this systemically. This stage will be a series of challenges as well, but I believe you will be able to overcome them. Ader grinned broadly. For once, he seemed like a real director, not a goofball. I wish you luck, my lord. The next day, I sought out Jupiter in the morning. As expected, this old lady was lounging in the mercenary guild from the break of dawn. Get it together, you gold maniac. Shouldn't you be recuperating in the temple for your magic power to quickly recover and return to the front lines? As I entered, Jupiter looked awkward. There is no cure for the aftermath of a magic power outburst other than time, Your Highness. That's why I'm just idling around like this. Even if you can't speak, you're not annoying. All right, prepare to move out. Huh? Where are we going, Your Highness? I then loaded Jupiter into the carriage and headed to the blacksmith. When we arrived at the blacksmith, the master who had been notified in advance was waiting. The blacksmith took Jupiter and went inside. The equipment was already completed, and we were just waiting to measure your size. Once we measure your size, we'll adjust it for your comfort before giving it to you. Equipment? Size? Your Highness, what are you talking about? To the puzzled Jupiter, I merely clicked my tongue. It's a surprise, Granny. A surprise. A moment later, Jupiter, wearing a gold armor that shimmered, stood there with her mouth agape. It was the boss equipment, the gold armor, which I had created after killing the gold gargoyle, the boss monster during the free exploration of Zone 3. Gold armor revamp, SR, LV.35, classification, armor. Defense, 35 to 40. Durability, 15/15. Intelligence plus 10 magic power plus 20. The wearer's magic resistance increases by 25%. The chance of obtaining a gold item increases by 5%. The wearer gains the negative trait, Gold Fever. Originally, it's physical defense-oriented equipment. It's simply attached with strength and stamina stat bonuses. However, after the blacksmith's modification, The bonuses were attached in the exact opposite direction of the original equipment's intent. At this point, it could be considered a mage's armor. It's a decent piece of equipment, but the negative trait is forcibly granted. Furthermore, the trait granted is gold fever. That's why it's a curse-like piece of equipment, but Jupiter already has gold fever. Since traits can't be stacked, it can nullify the equipment's negative option. That's why I made it for Jupiter, but she passed out and it had been collecting dust ever since. As she gazed down at the armor, drooling, Jupiter hastily wiped the corners of her mouth and looked at me. Can I really enjoy such a luxury? Of course, who else would enjoy it but you? It's better for you to be restless than for the entire party to flip out every time we see money, right? I also gave the screaming gauntlet that came out earlier to Jupiter. Here you go, magician. Enjoy. Thank you very much, Your Highness. After donning the gold armor and the screaming gauntlet, the smile slowly disappeared from Jupiter's face, who couldn't hide her joy and was grinning ear to ear. I can't go to the front line now. Jupiter, who was watching my face, asked cautiously, May I give all these pieces of equipment to my granddaughter? Chapter 124. Cough, cough. Curled up in the bed sheets, Junior coughed. Every time she coughed, blood continued to seep from her parched throat. Ha, huff. Junior glared at the blood-soaked handkerchief in her hand. After using magic intensely, she always suffered from such after-effects. Plus, this time, I feel even more pain from being beaten up. Junior's magic was instantly dispelled by the countermeasure of the Vampire Lord's magic ceremony. She didn't show it, but the process itself was a significant blow. I learned a lot, though. The dispelling magic of the Vampire Lord contained the simple but profound principles of magic. If I research, I can make it my own. A new revelation was nearby. Junior felt her magic was approaching the next level. However, even if it becomes mine, I wonder how much more I can use it. Death, not too far away, was also approaching. Junior clutched the blood-soaked, sticky handkerchief tightly. Don't even think about learning something like magic. The voice of the person who said that seemed to flicker in her ears. If she hadn't learned magic, how much longer could she have lived? 10 years? Maybe 20 years? Useless thoughts. It was when Junior was shaking her head. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the in-room door, and a familiar voice came. Junior? Are you in there? It was the voice of Ash, the commander and lord of this front. Surprised, Junior hastily got up from the bed and approached the door. Ah, Your Majesty, you came? Cough, cough. As she opened the door, blood spurted from her stomach. Junior clenched her mouth and coughed violently. Ha ha, this damn blood cough really comes out at any time. When Junior finally stopped coughing and lifted her head, in front of her, there stood a flustered Ash, and Jupiter was there too. Seeing her granddaughter coughing up blood with a devastated face, and holding something carefully wrapped in her hand to give to her granddaughter, facing Jupiter like that, Junior muttered in a shaky voice, Grandmother. The grandmother and granddaughter stared at each other for a while without speaking. Even if you don't learn such things, Grandma can feed you for your lifetime. Suddenly, a landscape from a long conversation they had in the past passed through Junior's mind. 10 years ago, on the eastern front of the Everblack Empire, a rural village overlooking the sea. Grandma! A small hand shook her body. Get up, Grandma. It's morning. Jupiter, who had fallen asleep while sitting on the chair, opened her eyes wide. When she turned her head and looked next to her, a small girl was making a stern face. The bright morning sun was falling on her face. Get up. We're running out of time. We have to eat and go to work. The little girl covering the burn on her left face with her hair was Jupiter's granddaughter, Junior. As she blankly watched her grandmother, Junior tilted her head. Why? Did you have a bad dream again? No, not really. Just. Soon after, Jupiter buried herself back into the chair, yawning lazily. Give me a moment. I had to go out for an emergency last night, so I came home in the middle of the night. Hum. So, are you not going to work? Well, it's not like that. Jupiter's job as the village's guard captain. Even though the pay was meager, it was the only source of income for this family. She wanted to take a week off if she could. But she couldn't. Then get up quickly and get ready for work. I made breakfast on the table. Don't be late and go hungry again. Looking at her nagging granddaughter, Jupiter suddenly opened her mouth wide. Grandma's tired. Can't you feed me, Junior? Again? You always act like a child, Grandma. I'll be a good grandmother who works hard. Okay? Feed me. Junior sighed as she placed her small hand on her hip. I can't help it. A moment later, Junior, who brought a bowl, scooped oatmeal with a spoon and put it into Jupiter's mouth. Here, dot. As Jupiter chewed slowly, Junior asked cautiously, How is it? Is it good?
No.
It's bad. My granddaughter can't cook. Ugh. Not again. Then Grandma will make food. Grandma doesn't know how to do that. She had lived her entire life on the battlefield, her meals being a hodgepodge provided by her subordinates. Jupiter had no living skills whatsoever. She was clueless about cooking, cleaning, laundry, practically everything. What on earth do you know, Grandma? Only magic, well? She seemed like a total failure as a grandmother. Junior, pondering, continued to feed Jupiter oatmeal, despite her grumbling. Jupiter quietly accepted the meal. When the meal was over, then it'll be off. As Jupiter donned her Empire Army coat over a shabby shirt, she glanced inside the house. The rest of her grandchildren were still asleep. Only Junior, the eldest, had risen at dawn to prepare breakfast for the family. Oh, my granddaughter is remarkable. Ugh, get off. Stupid Grandma. Startled as Jupiter suddenly embraced her, Junior swiftly slid out and held out her hand. Jupiter blinked her single eye, confused. Why? What's this gesture for? For money, Grandma. Money. We're out of living expenses. What? Already? I gave you some recently. How many people live in this house? And you think that paltry sum is enough? At Junior's sharp words, Jupiter grimaced. The total number of survivor children she had taken in that day was 11. Even excluding the money spent on treating the aftereffects of magic attacks, the expenses of feeding and clothing them drained the funds frighteningly fast. The saved money had long since run out, and they barely managed to scrape by on Jupiter's guard captain's salary. She furrowed her brows, calculating the balance. There's still a long way until payday. Anyway, we're out of living expenses. Earn it, steal it, do whatever it takes. Junior, having seen her grandmother to the door, narrowed her eyes delicately. Earn some money. At the outskirts of the village, the guard post. I'm here, guys. As Jupiter arrived grumbling, the tired-faced soldiers sprawled inside the post hastily stood up to salute. Loyalty. Loyalty. You've arrived. Yes, loyalty. You brats. How many times do I have to tell you to take it easy? There's nobody watching. Rest. Immediately, the soldiers relaxed back into their seats. Jupiter, too, slumped comfortably into her spot. So, nothing major happened, right? Yes, Captain. Apart from the kid we arrested yesterday, nothing happened. One soldier gestured inside the post. There was a crudely constructed cell inside, and a young man was trapped in it. He was a smuggler arrested last night. He was caught by the guards while trying to bring in black market goods from a neighboring country to the village port. If you're going to do it in a big city. What smuggling are you planning in such a small village? As Jupiter grumbled, the smuggler clung to the cell bars and yelled, No, guard. Think about it. If you just turn a blind eye, it'll give you 40%. No. It'll give you 50% of the money I make from selling this. Okay? I mean, it's obvious even without seeing the wages of a guard post in the middle of nowhere. Think of it as a small side job. How nice would that be? I sincerely do my work, you guys get money for free, and my customers get their goods. Everybody is happy. Jupiter, who had been quietly listening, slowly stood up and walked towards the cell. The smuggler, excited, continued his tirade. Especially Captain. I don't know why a wizard like you is here, but think about it. It's just a small smuggling business now, but if a wizard helps, even a much bigger business dash. Zap! Lightning struck. When Jupiter flicked her finger, a bolt of lightning streaked through the iron bars of the cell. The startled smuggler fell backward. Eek! Watch your mouth, criminal. Bang! Jupiter snarled fiercely, leaning against the iron bars. Jupiter. Once the captain of the 2nd Magic Soldier Squadron of the Empire, the Thunderbolt Jupiter. Even if I starved to death, I wouldn't stoop to smuggling. He. Damn, you're bad luck. Jupiter spat on the ground and turned her back on him. Keep a close eye on that guy. An investigator from the capital is coming tomorrow. Yep. I'll take a round of village patrol. Take care. Be safe. With the farewell of her subordinates, Jupiter left the outpost. Normally, she would have her subordinates do the patrol while she sat and dozed off, but today she didn't feel like doing that. The coastal village was more chaotic than before. The eyes of the fishermen on the boats going to and from the port were fierce. Was it because of the bodies that had drifted in not too long ago? The public order is getting worse. Only 5 years ago, it was a peaceful rural village. The Empire's conquest war gave birth to countless war refugees, and the shaken public order from the borders affected the inside of the Empire. If only I could live quietly until these kids grow up. Money was running out, and her job as a security captain was dwindling. Suddenly, Jupiter craved a cigarette. But she had quit a long time ago because she lived with the children, and because her pocket was empty. Even the great Jupiter is dead. Thinking about herself in her heyday, she found her current situation, unable to smoke because she couldn't afford it, rather funny. Cigarette? Jupiter suddenly thought. Come to think of it, weren't there tobacco leaves among the confiscated contraband? It was then. Ha! Rumble. Dark clouds gathered quickly in the distant sky. Flash dash. A slender bolt of lightning struck down. It wasn't normal weather. It was clearly artificially formed lightning. Magic, and that lightning was falling towards the outskirts of the village, towards Jupiter's house. Boom! Damn it! Thud! Jupiter immediately kicked the ground and ran home. As soon as she arrived at her house, she saw the charred bodies of a man and a woman collapsed at the entrance. They were holding things like a kitchen knife and a club in their hands. And in front of them, Junior was shaking. Junior! Are you okay? Grandma. With a pale face and tears rolling down, Junior stuttered. These people suddenly opened the door and came in, and said they'd kill us all if we didn't give them money. So I was so scared, I didn't know. Inside the house, the other grandchildren were looking this way with terrified faces. Had Junior, the oldest, stood up to protect her siblings and awakened her talent as a mage? Jupiter tightly hugged such a granddaughter. It's okay, Junior. It's okay. It's okay. Cough, hack. Junior. Jupiter, who was trying to calm her granddaughter, felt something was wrong and looked down at Junior. Junior was vomiting blood from her nose and mouth. Hey, are you okay? Hey, Grandma. Junior's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Now blood was oozing from her eyes and ears. Holding her granddaughter, Jupiter quickly rose to her feet. Damn it! The temple of the village. The priest, who was also the attending physician of Jupiter's grandchildren, took his hands off Junior. Junior, who received healing magic, looked a lot better. This is a temporary measure. It won't cure her. The priest wiped the sweat off his forehead and spoke coldly. Magic is flowing back from the magic scar left in her heart. It's a problem because she has a talent as a mage. She can't handle her own magic because of the scar. She's going to die. She doesn't have much time. Blood oozed from Jupiter's tightly clenched lips. The priest gave a small nod. You knew, didn't you, that your child wouldn't live long? To save her, Jupiter asked in a low voice. To make her live even a little bit longer? You'd have to take her to the big temple in the capital. If you show her to the central high priest, she might be able to receive the highest level of miraculous healing magic. TLL cost quite a lot of money. Jupiter gritted her teeth and stroked her forehead. Where do I have the money for that? Well then, she's going to die soon. Anyway, it looks like she won't live long, so you might as well feed her something good. The kid's all skin and bones. What a sight. The child's worn-out clothes and thin arms and legs were visible. Jupiter thought. All she had done was to gather these children. Wasn't she actually killing them slowly? Unable to provide proper treatment, making them suffer in poverty. Money. Jupiter's fist tightened as she gazed at her granddaughter who had fallen asleep as if she had fainted. Damn it, money! Late in the night, after all the guards had gone home, the smuggler, dozing off in the dark prison, was jolted awake by the loud sound of the prison door being slammed open. What the hell? Had the investigator dispatched from the capital arrived already? Was this the end? The smuggler trembled at the thought. Step by step, approaching the prison was Jupiter, the captain of the guards at this place. Hey, trash! One hand twirling the key to unlock the prison cell, the other hand rolling and lighting up a cigarette taken from the seized smuggling goods. Inhaling the smoke deeply, Jupiter exhaled slowly. Let's talk about the smuggling deal you mentioned earlier. Tell me everything. Chapter 125. A few days later. Wow, what is all this, Grandma? Junior's eyes widened as she saw the various goods that Jupiter had brought home. From various food items to snacks, new clothes, dolls, and toys. It was filled with items that were difficult to see considering the household circumstances. Jupiter unloaded the items with a broad smile. Our income has increased a bit. Junior, wide-eyed, looked up at her grandma. Jupiter raised her voice in the house. Kids, come out and see what Grandma has brought. One by one, the children from inside the house came out, screaming with joy. Children missing limbs or covered with burn marks hobbled over to Jupiter to receive their gifts. And Tada! Finally, Jupiter handed something to Junior with a broad smile. It was a few books. Junior's mouth fell open in surprise. You said you wanted to read books, right? Granny brought some for you. Wow! Thank you, Grandma. I'll read them well. Junior, her small frame clutching the large book, burst into a huge smile before gradually wiping it away. But Grandma, you didn't get involved in something strange, did you? Where did you get the money to buy all this? Payday is still far away. The keen senses of a young child. Jupiter was momentarily taken aback, but soon showed a soft smile. Hey, do you think your grandma is ordinary? The emergency fund I've stashed away isn't just a couple of pennies. Really? Yes. So don't worry about such things. Enjoy reading your book. Jupiter, laughing lightly, patted her belly. Let's make dinner together. Grandma's starving. All right. As they headed to the kitchen together, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. But Grandma, you said my cooking tastes bad, didn't you? I can't cook either, so it's fair. Let's give it our best shot. The two stood side by side in the kitchen, preparing dinner with their awkward skills. The sound of laughter filled the house. It was an unusually affluent night. After dinner, while the children were playing loudly with their dolls and toys, Jupiter lit a cigarette outside the front door. Sigh! She had started smoking again after a long time and found it impossible to quit. The guilt about the illicit grain trade she had just started, the fear of the fraud and crime she had committed, were all suppressed by smoking. At that moment, Grandma! Junior poked her head out the door. Startled, Jupiter quickly shook out her cigarette. Junior? What is it? It's chilly. Go back inside. Hee. I have something to show Grandma. Junior, with a bashful smile, raised her hand. Look at this. Magic attribute elements spurted from Junior's fingertips, shining brightly. Jupiter's face froze. Junior smiled innocently. I've been able to control these guys since that day. I guess I have talent in magic. The priest's words from a few days ago popped into Jupiter's head. The magical power is backflowing from the traces of magic left in the heart. The problem is that the child has talent as a magician. She can't handle her own magical power because of the trace. Oblivious to her grandmother's thoughts, Junior nodded enthusiastically. When I grow up, I want to be like Grandma. I want to become a great magician like Grandma. Make a lot of money. For Grandma and the kids. Suddenly, Junior, about to say something more, stopped, because Jupiter had grabbed her shoulders with a scary look on her face. Don't even think about learning magic. Huh? Why? Even without learning such things, your grandma can feed you all for a lifetime. But, promise me, Junior. Promise me. Even for my sake, you won't learn magic. Junior, who had been nervously looking at Jupiter's serious face, murmured uneasily. But Grandma, it's hard for you to take care of us. I just want to grow up quickly and help Grandma. Junior, you just worry about yourself. Got it. Jupiter pulled Junior into a quiet hug and patted her back. Grandma's fine. Since I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Junior quietly rested in her embrace. The wealthy times were short. They didn't last even a few months. The investigators of the Empire were skilled. Jupiter's smuggling operation was promptly exposed. The crucial evidence was the expensive healing magic used on over 10 children in the capital. A luxury too costly for a disgraced soldier. The investigators sniffed it out, descended upon the village, and began their investigations. The smugglers apprehended on the scene all named Jupiter. The investigation was swift, and Jupiter did not refute the charges. Her guilt was undeniable, so Jupiter was ultimately forced into disgraceful retirement. Such was the grim fate for a lifetime dedicated to the military. It's karma, she muttered. As she removed the last of her belongings from the guard post, Jupiter gnawed on the cigarette clenched in her teeth. She didn't regret it. Had she not involved herself in the smuggling, the children wouldn't have received the advanced healing magic, and they might not even be alive now. What worried her was the future. Her expenditures were still high, but her income had dried up. Where will I earn money now? Not too far off, she spotted the fishing boats coming and going at the pier. Perhaps she should consider fishing. Thunderbolt Jupiter. Turning at the sound of a call, she saw a group of rough-looking men flocking towards her. Congratulations on your newfound freedom. Amidst the group, a smartly dressed man smirked. He was familiar. He was a business associate she had encountered during her smuggling days. Jupiter's brows furrowed. Did you come to mock my disgrace? Absolutely not. Am not stupid enough to offend a mage. The man standing in front of Jupiter got straight to the point. Let me cut to the chase. Thunderbolt Jupiter. Have you considered becoming a mercenary? A mercenary? Yes. A mercenary who will fight for anyone, as long as they're paid. Disgust flitted across Jupiter's face. So, you're saying that Jupiter the fire mage should consider becoming a mere mercenary. Is that what you're implying? It's not just about becoming a lowly mercenary. You're in a situation where you'd need to become even a hunting dog led by a mercenary. The man sneered as he spoke. You need a lot of money, don't you? I'm not sure about your charity work, but in this world where just raising 2 kids can break your back, you're raising more than 10 children alone. Wasn't it because of them that you even got involved in this dirty business? You've smuggled. Why not take on a mercenary job? The man pulled out a small box from his pocket. As he opened the box, several luxurious cigars were revealed. As a skilled person like Thunderbolt Jupiter, you can earn quite a lot as a mercenary. Come with us. Her hesitation was brief. Jupiter reached out to take a cigar. The man smiled, cut the end of the cigar, and lit it for her. The priest will frequently come to check on you. On the night she accepted the mercenary recruitment, Jupiter gathered the children and explained how they should live from now on. The resident priest promised to visit frequently, and she also asked for help from her neighbors. Her former guards also cheerfully promised to help care for the children. The substantial prepayment from her employer was all given to them as gratitude. The remaining money was handed to Junior. This should be enough for half a year's living expenses. Use it sparingly. Junior, as the oldest, you have to look after your siblings. Yes. I'll earn a lot of money and come back quickly. Jupiter met the gaze of each child, sharing her farewells. Junior clutched the bag of money in her hand tightly. That night, Junior timidly approached Jupiter, who was smoking a cigarette in a chair outside the front door. Grandma. Why aren't you asleep? Can you read this? In Junior's hand was a storybook Jupiter had bought a few days ago. Chuckling lightly, Jupiter lifted Junior onto her lap with a heave-ho. And holding her granddaughter, Jupiter began to read the storybook slowly. Junior clung tightly to Jupiter. Grandma, how far are you going? Halfway through the book, Junior suddenly asked. Jupiter casually answered. Well, I'm headed west first. Apparently, there's a war-torn country there. Can't you stay here with us? Scared without Grandma? Jupiter gently stroked her granddaughter's hair. I'll make a lot of money and be back soon. You don't need to be scared. Junior knew it too, the fact that Grandma had to leave. But there was no helping her fear. Junior pressed her face hard into Jupiter's embrace. I've been having scary dreams lately. A nightmare? Yeah, you too. Grandma? Indeed. Grandma often has them too. Jupiter gave a broad smile as she patted her granddaughter's back. But today you'll have a good dream. On a creaky old chair, with the sea breeze in her face, Junior slowly fell asleep. Jupiter whispered softly into the sleeping girl's ear. Sleep well, sweetheart. Afterwards, Jupiter set off to find a war, roaming across the continent. The income as a mercenary wasn't as good as she thought. Wars were frequent, but most of them were in a lull. Eventually, Jupiter had to get her hands dirty with all sorts of unsavory jobs, not just being a mercenary. The honor she maintained as a soldier was of no use in front of the livelihood of her grandchildren. She sold and discarded the reputation she had built up all her life, and Jupiter began to build a new reputation. A fallen soldier crazed for money. A gold digger who would do anything for money. Junior was an innocent and tender child, but she changed more ruthlessly as she became responsible for the lives of her younger siblings. Most of the neighbors that Grandma asked for help didn't assist Junior. On the contrary, they threatened her to cough up money, or they became harmful. Junior had to become strong. She had to turn crafty and harsh. She even had to master the magic that Grandma told her not to learn, to protect her siblings. Above all, she knew it herself. Her talent lay in magic. No, there was nothing else. In a blink of an eye, 10 years passed. The distance between Jupiter and her grandchildren grew, both physically and emotionally. Apart from the occasional letters they exchanged, their interactions dwindled. Still, Jupiter sent money and Junior wrote letters. Junior had become a full-fledged adult. And as a mage, she fully understood what exactly had happened 15 years ago. What Jupiter had done. Jupiter had aged into an elderly woman with white hair. Jupiter began to fear her granddaughter, the child she had reared but had actually left an indelible scar. Present time. The southern front of the empire. Fortress City Crossroad. The inn room where Junior was staying. Jupiter and Junior stared silently at each other. The tender gaze between the grandmother and granddaughter that they shared 10 years ago was gone. Instead, their gaze was filled with fear and awkwardness, along with a faint resentment. After staring silently at her granddaughter, drenched in her own vomited blood, Jupiter spat out. Have you been eating properly? Chapter 126. In first floor restaurant. Jupiter and Junior sat opposite each other, and I was seated between them, eating. Caught between the two awkward ones, I was sweating bullets. What on earth is going on? All I wanted to do was hand over the equipment and laugh it off. I had never thought I'd end up caught in a family dispute, unable to even swallow my food. Now, have another plate on the house. It's service. Then the innkeeper confidently brought a full serving of dishes with a smile. Enough already. Bring no more. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Do you find the food to your liking, my lord? It's really tasty. That's a relief. Ha ha ha. The innkeeper still wanted to impress me with the National Hotel building issue, but that's not the problem. I can't swallow because I'm not hungry, and I can't even taste it. As such, I was uncomfortable as I forced down the food, not even knowing what I was eating. Do you really want to work as a wizard this badly? Suddenly, Jupiter asked. Every day vomiting blood and dying a little more each day. Do you have to live the life of a wizard? A sudden attack. I haven't even finished eating yet. Inwardly shocked, Junior casually responded while slicing the goose steak and bringing it to her mouth. Living as a wizard is my dream. Ah, this is delicious. Grandma, you should try this. She let it slide without even batting an eye. Amazed by the sudden exchange, I subtly moved back. Looks like I need to switch to spectator mode. That's not living as a wizard, Junior. You're dying every day. Jupiter growled lowly. Junior didn't even make eye contact, continuing to chew her food. So, if I quit being a wizard and obediently stay at home, then will I be alive? You'd live longer than charging towards death like you are now. Everyone dies eventually, Grandma. My time is just shorter. Seemed like I heard a clanging sound. The two who exchanged blows under the name of conversation fell silent for a moment. Jupiter was the first to speak again. Are you planning on dying before me? Then Junior looked at her grandmother with a faint smile. That wouldn't be too bad. Jupiter closed her only eye tightly, then pushed her chair back with a scraping noise. I apologize, Your Highness. I will retract my previous words. Huh? What? I will use all the equipment you provided. Giving it to a child who will die before me seems pointless. Oh, I'll go first. Excuse me. Jupiter, who had bowed to me, took the equipment she had brought with her and quickly left the restaurant. As I watched Jupiter's now empty seat, I mumbled nervously. Are you okay, Junior? With your grandma?
No.
Huh. She's not my grandma. Junior emotionlessly mumbled as she jabbed the steak piece on the plate in front of her with her fork. I've never thought of her as my grandmother. I couldn't say anything because I had once heard about their past. But still. But Junior, Jupiter is right to some extent. If your body gets this bad every time you use magic, it would be better to restrain yourself a bit. Your Highness, Junior uttered softly. Our opponent in this defensive battle is the Vampire Lord, and without me, this battle itself wouldn't take place. Isn't that right? She was absolutely right, so I closed my mouth. Yes, now is not the time to hold back or worry. Rather, it's a situation where we need to push Junior to her limit, no matter how much blood she vomits. Everyone on this front line is risking their lives. Junior stated calmly. The strategic value might be different, but the life of a wizard isn't any heavier than the others. I'm just risking my life in the fight as well. The food was delicious. Junior, who got up, gave me a fox-like smile. You're paying, right? Are you really going to squeeze money out of someone who might not be here tomorrow? Junior declared she was going to rest and climbed the stairs to her room, leaving me alone in front of the remaining untouched food, sighing deeply. Everyone's dealing with family problems. I recalled that Ash, the brat, also seemed to have a family history full of trouble. I didn't know who to listen to anymore. After pondering over these insoluble problems, I jumped up from my seat with an exasperated exclamation. Why was it my problem? I could only hope the two of them would resolve their issues on their own. Hey, owner, can you pack this for me? They'll take it home. I planned to give it to my night duo. They would enjoy a good feast. A week later, Lake Kingdom Dungeon Base Camp, Kellebay's Forge, is finished. At Kellebay's words, I swallowed my dry spit. Lucas, Evangeline, and Damien, who had accompanied me, also gasped in surprise. With a chuckle, Kellybay pointed at the weapons lying on the table. You better be careful. These weapons are made from the star silver, so they're inherently unstable. Plus, they've been alchemically treated with devil worm dust. On the table was a long sword sheathed in leather, and the head of a massive cavalry spear. There were also 3 quivers filled with arrows. Even though it looks white and beautiful, similar to a holy sword, it's no different from a demonic sword. Use it with utmost caution. I casually shrugged off his warning and carefully stepped up to the table. I was eager to check the equipment stats. I reached out to the long sword in the front. Let's see here. Perishable Star Silver Long Sword, SSR, LV.40. Category, Long Sword. Attack Power, 40 to 50. Durability, 10 out of 10. Inflicts 100% additional damage against all nefarious enemies. Ignores enemies' defense when dealing with all nefarious enemies. When hit, applies a 75% healing reduction effect. The prefix perishable was attached. This meant it was a weapon with a top-tier healing reduction effect. Double damage boost, true damage through defense ignore, and a healing reduction effect. It was a perfect vampire slayer. Against non-vampiric enemies, it was just an ordinary long sword. But for vampiric enemies, it was indisputably the most powerful weapon. Satisfied, I nodded and turned around. Lucas. Yep. Lucas took the sword and drew it with a smooth motion. Swoosh. The white blade emerged into the world, emitting a smooth sound. It was a pure white sword, as clean as freshly fallen snow. It emanated a faint red aura, perhaps due to the alchemy done with the devil's worm dust. Swoosh. Swish. As Lucas lightly swung the sword in the air, the sound of the wind splitting against the blade echoed sharply. It's excellent. After a few more swings, Lucas sheathed the sword. With a click, the sword was swallowed back into the scabbard. This is the best sword I've ever held in my life. Puhaha. Of course. It's the first time you're holding one of my weapons. Naturally, it would be the best you've ever held. Kelly Bay burst into laughter. Despite his words, he couldn't help but puff up his chest. This old man was truly weak to flattery. Next up is Our Lady Knight. Give me your spear. Oh, okay. Evangeline hurriedly came forward and laid her cavalry spear on the table. Kelly Bay grumbled as he picked up the spear. You really do have complicated requests. It would have been easier to make a new one. The star silver weapon for the cavalry spear was made by overlaying a new spearhead on Evangeline's cross-family's cavalry spear. It was a trick I could only attempt because this was reality, not a game. This allowed her to gain the benefits of both her unique equipment and the star silver weapon. Fortunately, it worked out. With a creak and a clink, a white spearhead attached itself to Evangeline's black cavalry spear as if they were merging. The spearhead was made with such precision that it appeared to have been part of the spear from the very beginning. Wow, that's amazing! Evangeline gasped in awe as she swung the spear around a few times. The stats were nearly identical to Lucas' long sword. As long as the handling felt good, there should be no problems. Anything you want to adjust? No, nothing. It's a bit heavier now, but our family's spears were always a bit light. I like it better this way, it feels solid. Evangeline cackled, swinging her cavalry spear like a windmill. Who would have thought such tremendous power could come from such tiny arms? Bring me that spear later. That's when Kelly Bay whispered to me. It's a piece of equipment with incredible potential. It might be hard now, but once you have the necessary materials, you can unlock its true power. Typical Kelly Bay. Probably recognized it as a unique piece of equipment for an SSR-grade character. Anyway, I would need the assistance of the divine inspiration for a proper upgrade later. And finally, the arrows for Damien. Damien squinted at each arrow, examining them carefully. Kelly Bay, for some reason, looked as tense as if he were under evaluation by a judge. That guy has quite the discerning eye. You can tell that? Of course. The gaze that sees through weapons is different. I have no idea what's different. But Damien does have the farsight skill, so it makes sense. With these arrows, muttering under his breath, Damien eventually pocketed 3 arrows in his bag. I will put them to good use, Master Smith. Good. I believe you will handle those arrows well. As Kelly Bay stroked his beard with a satisfied grin, He remembered something and pulled out more items from the back. I almost forgot. Erase a little something extra. What he produced was a crossbow radiating a crimson aura. Handing over the crossbow to Damien, Kelly Bay patted his shoulder. I had a bit of the devil's arrow wood left over, so I crafted this. Oh, thank you. Bewildered, Damien received the crossbow with both hands. I examined its stats from the side. Let's see. Unleashed Agony, SR, LV.35. Category Crossbow. Attack Power, 35 to 45. Durability, 15/15. When you hit, apply a 15% healing reduction effect. If the arrow has the same effect, they stack. Upon hitting, there's a 30% chance to curse. The curse applied is random. Expand list of applicable curses. Curious about the curses, I expanded the list. From paralysis to bleeding, confusion, fear, a multitude of status effects popped up. It seems to have all status abnormalities existing in the game. One of these is applied randomly. Not bad. Isn't this a bit too generous for a service? I made it with the leftover wood anyway. Better to be used by someone than to be thrown away. Even so, to give such a good piece of equipment for free. As I tried to offer something in return, Kelly Bay vehemently waved his hands. No, don't try to pay. We already have a separate agreed upon price for making these weapons. Alright, that's true. The neck of Celendian. I had agreed to give Kelly Bay all the materials we acquired from defeating the Vampire King. After all, if I paid him beforehand, it would diminish the value of the future payment. Alright, I won't say it again. Go on now, fight well. With a cool remark, Kelly Bay retreated into the blacksmith shop. They'll be waiting for the victory report, kiddos. Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, and I all bowed to Kelly Bay. Thank you. Our weapons are now complete. Looking at my fully equipped party members, I nodded in satisfaction. Now all that remained was strategy. Let's head back to Crossroad and stop by the blacksmith there too. Standing at the teleport gate, I gave Evangeline a look. Evangeline, let's get your armor. Huh? You are our frontline tanker after all. You should have some decent armor. I placed an order before. Evangeline's green eyes widened, and she suddenly asked, Is that armor pretty? Ask about the performance first. Performance, I say. Chapter 127. Evangeline had destroyed 4 SSR-grade equipment thus far. First, the spear and shield she received as graduation gifts from the academy. I was to blame for that one. It all happened because I got a 777 jackpot while trying to use a lucky strike to suppress her. Next, she bought another spear and shield set from Nameless, a dungeon merchant NPC, known as the Demon of Spears and Giant of Shields. We destroyed that one together while fighting off 50 golems. It's funny how all of this somehow involves me. Anyways, all 4 pieces of equipment broke under inevitable circumstances. So, I requested the blacksmith to dismantle these ruined items. As a result, luckily, I was able to recover 1 SSR-grade magic core. With this core, I requested the creation of an armor. Given that the magic core came from dismantling Evangeline's equipment, it only made sense to have her armor made. So, this is the result. After a long preamble, I unwrapped the armor lying beside me. Behold this armor. It's the golem armor. Evangeline, with her mouth slightly open, looked up at the armor I had revealed. What is this? Haha. Are you so moved, my junior? Well, I spent a lot of time thinking about what would be best for you before deciding on and ordering this armor. Go ahead. You may shed tears of gratitude for your senior's consideration. No, that's not it. Evangeline shouted, shaking her small fist at the armor. It's ugly dash. Her calling it ugly is harsh. The armor must feel so sad if it could hear. How about you say it looks sturdy? No, there's a limit to how sturdy something can look. This looks like a tower you wear on your body. What is this? Evangeline knocked on the bulky golem fragment with her small fist. Immediately, she recoiled in surprise. It's frighteningly solid. What the dash? Haha. Isn't it the result of diligent research by the alchemists on the golem armor fragments? It has to be sturdy. I smirked and stood next to the armor covered in gauntlets. Surely the appearance is rather thick. No solid. Golem armor, SSR, LV.35. Category, armor. Defense, 70 to 80. Durability, 40/40. Stamina plus 25. Each additional golem fragment increases the wearer's physical and magical resistance by 5% each. Total 50%. Each additional golem fragment decreases the wearer's movement and attack speed by 2% each. Total 20%. This was the result of researching the golem army fragments obtained by defeating the golem legion in Stage 3. It was possible to manufacture armor with far superior defense compared to ordinary metal. Golem fragments grant a bonus to physical and magical resistance, but are disgustingly heavy, resulting in penalties to movement and attack speed. Usually, people mix in 1 or 2 parts into the armor to reduce this penalty. But then I had a counterintuitive idea. What if we made an armor entirely covered with golem fragments? That's what this armor, the golem armor, is. It provides an immense boost to physical and magical resistance at the cost of a hefty penalty to movement and attack speed. Especially, the decrease in movement speed is lethal in intense battles. But here, Evangeline's characteristic, unstoppable, comes into play. Evangeline's characteristic, unstoppable, provides 100% resistance to movement hindrances. Thanks to this, Evangeline can ignore the movement speed penalty on this armor. In other words, she gains a huge boost in physical and magical resistance while only suffering a penalty to attack speed. This makes the armor more advantageous than disadvantageous. This is the perfect armor for Evangeline in the early and mid-game. Although she has skills that can help in combat, Evangeline is essentially a pure tanker. She has to draw the attention of the enemies in the middle of the enemy line and take their attacks on herself. I've been uneasy, watching her dealing with all of this only with a shield. But with this sturdy armor, I feel a bit more relieved. It's thick. After finally trying on the armor, Evangeline waddled around, muttering. The absurdly large and thick armor didn't suit Evangeline's petite figure at all. It looked like she was a festival part-timer, waddling around a venue in an ill-fitting mascot costume. What the heck is this? Evangeline looked miserable, but I was pleased, nodding in satisfaction. Undeniably, a Vanguard tank should display the sturdy, dependable characteristics of a well-made bowl of rice. Watching the thin arms and legs withstand the monster's onslaught, it's obvious why I've been so concerned for my junior's well-being. But there's no need for that now, right? As you can see, these additional fragments attached to the basic armor can be detached. I explained while tapping the extra fragments stuck all over my body. Evangeline watched me with a disapproving look. Her excitement visibly diminished. If the additional fragments get heavily damaged during battle like this, by pressing here at the junction you can detach them. This will reduce your defense but will increase your mobility. The golem armor allows the additional fragments to be purged, or in other words, detached. This was why it was possible to create it without taking measurements. It was a suit of armor created by attaching parts together one size fits all. Seems a bit large for one size fits all. You're going to grow, Evangeline, then ITLL fit better. Listening to my lengthy explanation, Evangeline murmured softly. I'm devastated. Huh? What is? The fantasy I had about my first armor. Come on. Don't fuss over the looks of your armor. Practicality is what matters. Although it does appear slightly bulky. But it's solid, isn't it? Hey! The latest night trend is all about showing off with armor. Wearing shiny armor. A cool helmet. And a fluttering cape. Evangeline, who was squawking, eventually hung her head low. Could you promise me one thing, Senior? What? When I get another set of armor next time, please ensure it's truly beautiful. It might be a future matter, but your final armor, the Snow White, is extremely beautiful. So much so, your image in it was used as a promotional photo for this game. Alright, promise. But for now, you have to wrestle with vampires. Just bear with it and put it on. Really, I'm going to exterminate them. These vampires. A ferocity I had never seen before flared in Evangeline's eyes. But it's kind of funny, cool, seeing her say that while wearing her clunky armor. Turning my gaze away from the spirited Evangeline, I looked at the blacksmith's forge. What about the golem fragments for the common soldiers? Half of the current forge facilities have been allocated to producing golem fragments. They should be distributed to everyone before the start of the defense battle. Good. We decided to distribute a single part of the golem fragments to each regular soldier. They can attach it to any part of their armor or put it on their shields. Such upgrades might not seem like much, but diligently making these improvements one by one is important. If hero characters are the hammer, regular soldiers are the anvil. You need the anvil to strike with the hammer, and both must be sturdy to smash the monsters sandwiched between them. Strengthening the regular soldier's equipment consistently is as important as taking care of the hero's gear. Although it feels like I'm making a fuss over a single armor part. After giving a few more instructions to the blacksmith, I turned towards the party members. There's a meeting about this defense battle's tactics tonight. Evangeline, who was waddling around in her new armor, Lucas, who was blatantly laughing at her, "You bastard," and Damien, who was covering his mouth and laughing, "You bastard too," looked at me. "Take a break and come to the Lord's mansion by 6 p.m. I gave them a grin. Let's talk about it over dinner together. This defense battle was going to be brutal and hard. I planned to explain the strategy while serving them a nice meal. Since this meeting was also an announcement about the overall strategy for the defense battle, I toured the city and summoned the other party members. The Dion mercenary group was at the barracks. It was a bit past lunchtime, and they were sweating profusely, training in the barracks indoor training ground. 1, 2, 3. Your defense is shallow. One more time. 2 thieves launched an attack on 3 warriors with shields. The warriors defended, coordinating their shields so they wouldn't be breached. In response, the thieves tried to break their defense by launching coordinated attacks. Even though they were only equipped with wooden swords and shields, the fervent exchange of offense and defense was in full swing. It's good to watch. When I muttered that, Dion, who had just realized my presence, was surprised. "Your Majesty, you're here." "Ha! Lord, you've arrived." The 5 who had put down their shields and wooden swords hurriedly came over to me and bowed. I grinned back at them. "I'm sorry to have interrupted your training. It looked like you were having a good time." "Oh no, Your Majesty. We're embarrassed for showing you something we shouldn't have." Dion genuinely seemed ashamed, but inside, I was forming a new opinion about them. They're in the middle of party combined training, even without instructions. All of them were N-grade heroes. They have neither impressive specs nor skills. There isn't much they can showcase, but one of the things they could boast about was their tight teamwork. If a team of 5 can act as one body in attack and defense, they can compensate for the limitations of N-grades and low levels and specs. They knew exactly where they needed to go. Looking back at his party members, Dion gave an awkward laugh. Compared to the other heroes under Your Majesty's command, who are all extremely talented, we're rather ordinary. We can't afford to be a burden, so we have to train hard. I didn't deny his words. To compete and to survive on the battlefield, they have to keep up their relentless effort. There's a meeting at the Lord's mansion at 6 p.m. tonight. As I spoke, I patted each of the Dion mercenary group's 5 members on the shoulder. "Wash off all the sweat. You've been working hard. You should eat something tasty." The Shadow Squad was staying in an annex a little distant from the Lord's mansion. Being elves, they were concerned about others' gazes, so I simply gave them the annex. Swoosh! Whoosh! There was a shooting range set up behind the annex, and it was unclear when it was built. Targets were scattered all over, and there were a lot of straw men riddled with arrows. 2 wizards were moving the targets around as 3 archers shot arrows, aiding in their training. They were very systematic in their training. "Old girl, your long-range accuracy is still low. Increase it by 1 point today. Skull. Your close-range shooting speed is slow. You need to retrain your reaction speed from the beginning. Burnout. What are you? Are you just gonna keep bombing? You'll die if you can't do anything else. Godhand, who had been giving feedback to the archers, seemed to sense my presence and turned to look at me. Your Majesty, you're here. You all are very diligent. You're here, Your Majesty. You're here. The remaining members of the Shadow Squad bowed to me. Old girl just gave a small wave. Shem still the same as always. I looked at Godhand's 2 hands. Are your hands okay now? Of course. They're in perfect condition. That's a relief. From tomorrow, you'll have to use your body more. I winked at Lucas, who had followed me. Lucas climbed onto a cart that was pulled behind the carriage and opened the box that was on it. Creak. The box was half filled with sparkling gray metal. Silver bullion. It's yours, Godhand. I brought the remaining silver used in equipment crafting for him. With this amount of silver, I think you could hire an army, not just the 5 of us. Surprised, Godhand looked at me. Why are you giving this to us? You've heard that our opponents for the defense battle this time are vampires, right? I grinned. And the weakness of those vampire bastards is this silver. And Godhand, you're a metal sorcerer who can manipulate metal at will. Exclamation point. What do you think? With this much silver, we could make a decent leap against the vampires, right? At last, Godhand, who realized my intentions, cracked a faint smile. What should I do, Your Majesty? Come to the main house by 6. Let's talk while having a meal. Ah! I winked at the younger squad members. Is there a menu you want for dinner? If there is, tell me now. As I said this, the trio of archers immediately lit up their eyes and raised their hands. These gluttonous little ones. I had someone call Junior separately, and a reply came back that she would arrive by 6. With this, all the party members were gathered. Until everyone arrived, I decided to take a break. I sat on the edge of my bed in my room and stared blankly into space. Before me floated the system window. Enemy info stage 5. LV? Vampire Lord 1. LV? Vampire Generals 2. LV? Elite Vampires 7. LV.25 Fallen Blood, Elite 20. LV.20 Frost Ghoul 970. Time till start, 9 days. They're coming. Gazing upon the open window detailing my enemies, a wave of vertigo washed over me. Before long, I closed the system window. They're getting closer. This stage was going to be challenging. Despite my bravado and preparation for the defense, I had past experience to draw upon. I knew the stage would be dreadfully harsh, but I couldn't avoid it. So all I could do was stare down the approaching wave of enemies with eyes wide open. Nothing changes. Every defense, no, every moment, is a make-or-break situation. A pivotal move with the fate of the world at stake. Just as it had always been, that was my role. Chapter 128. In the afternoon, before evening, at the entrance of the mansion. The first party to arrive at the mansion was unexpectedly not the one I called. Jupiter. Confused, I muttered tentatively. What brings you here? Dressed in clean Imperial Army uniform, Jupiter flashed a thin smile. Despite her pale face marked with unmistakable signs of disease, her soul I remained as sharp as ever. Your Majesty, do you remember what I told you before? I said I was spreading a rumor across the continent. Didn't I? That the monster front here pays well. That the new commander, His Highness the Prince, is generous. Didn't I say I was spreading that rumor? Ah, right, that one. Yes, it happened a few months ago, but I remember it clearly. I told her to spread rumors among the continent's mercenaries. I had readily agreed to it. After all, there was nothing better than having mercenaries flocking to the city. The old mercenaries I knew heard the rumor and have come. Jupiter pointed to the mercenaries standing behind her. Men and women of middle age, with vividly lined faces, politely bowed to me. Including Jupiter, they were a group of 5, exactly one party. We're thinking of naming the party Old Hunters. How does that sound? Jupiter proposed confidently. They are veterans, having rolled through hell-like front lines. They'll be of help. Jupiter. But I shook my head slightly. Your magic explosion injuries haven't healed yet. I can't allow you to join the front lines. Your Majesty. Jupiter didn't back down. I heard this defensive battle involves vampires. You'll need as many capable mages as possible, won't you? I clenched my jaw. What she said was undeniably true. Even at a glance, these people were high-level veterans. Their rankings were decent too. If they were to join the upcoming battle, they would be of great help. However, don't worry, I'm a mercenary. I'm not foolish enough to burn myself out just to spit out magic. Jupiter, who had stepped forward, pleaded desperately. Your Majesty, please give this old woman a chance. To prove that I still have some use, please give me a chance. I couldn't bring myself to refuse her. Come in. We're about to have a strategic meeting over dinner. I gestured into the mansion and smiled wryly. I suppose I'll have to prepare 5 more servings. A few hours later, inside the Lord's mansion in the dining room, although I asked everyone to gather by 6 p.m., all the party members had arrived even before 5 p.m. A long table was set in the dining room, and the members of the 4 parties were seated in a row. From the top seat, there was the main party, Shadow Squad, Dion Mercenary Group, and the newly joined Old Hunters. Junior, who I had separately called, was also sitting at the table with the main party. From the friendly chatter, it seemed they had become friends. At that moment, Junior locked eyes with Jupiter, who had been silently sipping water in the corner of the table. The grandmother and granddaughter quickly averted their eyes, pretending nothing had happened. Seriously, everyone's here. When I stood at the head of the table, everyone fell silent and focused on me. I nodded. Originally, I was going to feed you first, then start the meeting. But since you all arrived early, let's have the meeting first and then eat. Is that okay? Dion and Godhand immediately nodded. Of course, Your Majesty. The strategy meeting for this defensive battle is much more important than a meal. I scratched my chin. You're right, but the food might not taste as good after the meeting. Haha. Even if the world ends, my appetite won't lessen. Don't worry about that. Evangeline laughed, and Lucas nodded seriously. These gluttons. All right, before the appetizer comes out, let me briefly share some information about this defensive battle. Clearing my throat. The most important piece of information first. The boss monster for this defensive battle, the vampire Lord Celendian, has, I boldly started with the most crucial detail, 1,000 lives. Celendian had a stock of 1,000 lives. It was almost appropriate to call him the Savings King rather than the Vampire King. The dining room fell silent. At the table filled with an atmosphere of silence, Evangeline stuck out her tongue and mumbled softly. Ew. See, I told you it might ruin your appetite. So you're saying we have to kill this powerful vampire lord 1,000 times? Lucas mumbled apprehensively. Even killing it once seems very challenging, but 1,000 times. Of course, it's impossible to kill that monster 1,000 times. I smirked. That's why we have to find another way. Vampires. Monsters who take over the life rights of others through the act of blood-sucking, making them part of their own lineage. The Lord stands at the apex of this vampire race. The individual who owns the lives of all his legion members. Celendian's vampire legion was once annihilated for some unknown reason. I don't know what this unknown reason is. Only the setting that it happened in the distant past remains. In any case, Celendian, who was left alone after all his subordinate vampires died, did not abandon them. Noblesse oblige. A lord is responsible for the lives of his followers. Celendian divided his immense life force into 1,000 pieces and distributed it among his already deceased followers, resurrecting them. I nodded gravely. Celendian's life is divided amongst the entire legion. All for one and one for all. That is the Vampire Legion. The setting is lengthy, but how is this applied in the game? Celendian won't die until the last member of the Legion falls. You have to kill all the mobs before you can kill the boss mob. And if we fail to finish off Celendian at the end, he will retreat, regenerate his Legion, and return. If the boss raid fails, these bastards regenerate, though it does take some time. The explanation was long, but in the end, the structure is simple. I summarized. The incoming Vampire Legion of 1,000. Until we completely incinerate the last scrap of ghoul, we can't kill Celendian. This isn't metaphorical. The word is literally stamped on Celendian's status window. Unkillable. Immortal. Bastard. In other words, we don't need to face Celendian. There's no need to waste firepower on someone who won't die. I will isolate Celendian with a secret plan I've prepared, and tie his hands. In the meantime, you all and the regular soldiers will annihilate the Vampire Legion. It's easily said, but it will be a terribly difficult battle. Even without Celendian, the remaining vampires alone are incredibly powerful. But without giving anything away, I raised my voice. After that, we raid the alone Celendian and finish the defense. This is the overall flow of this defense battle. Alright, that's the big picture. Now in detail, I will tell you one by one how to crush them. I snapped my fingers. Then, Ada rolled in a blackboard full of writings and drawings into the dining room. Frost Ghoul, Enhanced Frost Ghoul, Fallen Blood, Regular Vampire, Vampire General, and the Vampire Lord, Celendian. Drawing a staff in my hand, I banged on the blackboard. I will now lecture in detail on how to deal with each entity, so everyone better drill this into your heads. It's lecture time by the hit Tudor retro addict of Protect the Empire. Remembering this will be your blood and flesh, and your life in this defense battle, so make sure you understand it clearly. Senior. Then Evangeline raised her hand. I pointed at Evangeline with the tip of my staff, exclaiming, "Oh! Good student Evangeline, do you have a question before the lecture?" Evangeline, who was rolling her eyes to catch the atmosphere around her, asked cautiously, "Can't we have the lecture after eating? Put your palm out." "No, really, I feel like my appetite will completely disappear after hearing about how to deal with vampires, even when we were supposed to eat. Young lady, is the meal the problem now? The future of the defense battle is the problem." And so, my heated lecture on strategies ended 3 hours later. It was well past 8 in the evening. Really, all their faces turned pale, having lost their appetite. As I meticulously explained the specifications of vampires, a species they had only vaguely known about until now, they were bound to feel disheartened. As my lecture continued, the chef who had been watching from the back of the dining room started serving the appetizers cautiously. But while food was being placed on the table, all the party members remained lost in their thoughts, unable to touch the food. "Do you think we can pull this off?" The careful question was voiced by Damien. "We are facing an enemy more formidable than any monster we've encountered so far." I recall encountering Celendian on the path of the Overlord just a few days ago. Back then, our main party was helpless against him. He was undeniably strong. But that was a dungeon. It was his base. This time we fight at our base. And his stats will be adjusted down to match stage 5. It will be much more manageable. In the end, this game is an RPG. Level is the bully, and gear luck is king. In other words, think about the battles you've all fought so far. If he's downgraded and we're upgraded, we can catch up. We certainly can. All the previous battles were nearly impossible, harsh battles. But we made it through. I looked around at everyone and smiled broadly. And we will do it again this time. I was confident that we could clear the stage in our strategy. But honestly, I wasn't so confident. How many of them could I actually save? I was doing my best given the circumstances, but limits do approach clearly. Suddenly, that scene flashed through my mind. When we cleared the last stage on Earth. Every party member character was annihilated, with only Lucas left standing alone. Standing alone on top of the bodies of friends and foes. I won't let that happen again. I shook my head vigorously. This time it's different. Here, the real Lucas is nodding at me with a face full of trust. I won't leave you alone, Lucas. I won't leave anyone behind. I won't lose anyone I can save. We have 9 days left until the start of the stage. We have determined our strategy, so we will train accordingly. Seated at the head of the table, I picked up my fork and plunged it into the appetizer plate that nobody had touched yet. So, everyone, make sure to eat a hearty meal. Chewing the salad vigorously, I grinned. Because I'm going to be pushing you all to your limits from tomorrow. Chapter 129. 6 days later. Lake Kingdom's underground dungeon. Zone 10. The Crimson Mansion, the headquarters of the Vampire Legion, housed the Master's room in its innermost area. Creak, creak. The room's owner, Celendian, was found hanging from the ceiling with a noose around his neck. Staring up at Celendian were his loyal servants, Alpha and Beta. Alpha and Beta, a young man and woman, shared the same deep blue hair as Celendian. Dressed in neat butler and maid uniforms, they served at Celendian's side. The pair seemed accustomed to Celendian's suicide attempts, their faces revealing an unaffected demeanor. Celendian, hanging from the ceiling, looked down at them with weary eyes. Did you attempt suicide again, my lord? Yes. Any success? As always, no. Shall we bring you down? Yes, please. They carefully supported Celendian's body and brought him down. With Celendian being childlike in appearance, Alpha and Beta resembled an older brother and sister, despite Celendian having lived far longer. After seating Celendian on the sofa, Alpha sighed lightly. Couldn't you find a more creative way to commit suicide? Lowering you down every morning is starting to wear me out. Didn't I slit my wrists last week? That requires washing the sheets, which is bothersome. What if I did it in the bathroom? Then the bathroom would need cleaning. Beta, the female maid, nodded in agreement with Alpha's rapid-fire rebuttals. A long scar etched horizontally across Beta's slender neck, as though it had been cut off and then reattached. Due to this injury, Beta couldn't speak. She communicated only through gestures. Looking at his two servants in turn, Celendian pinched his own pallid cheek. Which of my suicide attempts was least bothersome for you? Your attempt to starve yourself was the easiest. There was nothing to clean up, and we didn't need to prepare meals. Alpha spoke impassively, while Beta made frantic hand gestures, pointing out the window at the flower bed. Alpha translated Beta's gestures. According to Beta, the most troublesome was when you tried to throw yourself off daily. Cleaning the flower bed every day was quite troublesome. A faint, bitter smile ghosted over Celendian's otherwise expressionless face. Celendian attempted suicide daily but never succeeded. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, his massive regenerative abilities. Even when a limb was severed, it healed quickly, making it impossible to reach death by any ordinary means. Secondly, his limitless life, fragmented and stored within the Legion. Even on the rare occasion when he did reach death through extreme measures and incredible luck, the stored life force within the Legion would revive him. When will this torturous life end? Alpha and Beta skillfully changed Celendian's clothes. While his servants were adjusting his clothing, Celendian murmured softly, "What a torment it is, to be unable to even end my own life. The people of Lake Kingdom made such a fuss trying to attain immortality, only to end up like this." As Alpha tied Celendian's tie, he chuckled. "And here you are, my lord, tormented even though you've attained immortality. The irony is quite amusing. Well, I never desired immortality." Celendian rubbed his tired eyes. On his young boyish face, his red eyes were deep and gloomy like those of an old man. "I thought I had finally ended my long, filthy life and found rest, but then the great king revived me here. And it's already been 500 years. After changing into a well-fitted suit, Celendian looked at his palm and heaved a heavy sigh. "Will I be able to die this time?" Are you referring to the upcoming campaign? Today was the day of the Vampire Legion's campaign. The king had declared the start of the invasion in 3 days, so they had to leave today to reach the enemy's walls in time. Alpha and Beta both smirked. Can those humans really be a match for us? Besides, haven't we been saving our strength for this grand rampage for a long time? A death-seeking lord. Alpha and Beta simultaneously nodded their heads to Celendian. May you forever remain as our immortal lord. Silent, Celendian slowly nodded his head. But this time, our opponent is far from average. Celendian remembered the enemy commander he had encountered a few days ago. Don't worry, Vampire King. Even without your request, I would naturally kill you. It'd be better for you to consider the scream you'll let out when you're dying at the edge of my sword. Definitely, the human was named Ash. Facing him directly and still being able to disperse such hatred without retreating even an inch. She's similar. Similar to the great humans who killed him a very long time ago, Ash was similar. Celendian pressed his left chest, which was faintly throbbing. It had been quite a while since his heart throbbed like this. Perhaps, truly, clean your neck and crawl towards my castle walls. They'll take responsibility and put an end to your pathetic life. Could this man possibly kill him? The entire army is on standby, Lord. Alpha and Beta swung the bedroom door wide open. The butler and maid smiled gently at their lord. Now let's go. We need your command. Celendian slowly rose. Despite the massive fatigue weighing on his shoulders, equivalent to the years he lived, he shook it off lightly. Celendian plodded forward. His 2 attendants followed behind. Outside the mansion, already, about 1,000 vampires and ghouls were lined up and waiting on the spacious road. All of them kneeled on one knee with their heads bowed, holding their breaths while waiting for the arrival of their lord. Celendian silently looked around them. It had been 500 years since he hid in this lake kingdom. During that time, he had inflated the size of his army using nightmares. Hundreds of vampires under other lords, who were asleep in the nightmares, and thousands of ghouls joined. The army grew indefinitely. However, in the end, they were Celendian's main force. The elite 1,000. Those whom Celendian had divided his life to. We have been waiting, Lord. One of the 7 vampires who were kneeling in front let out. The command to move out. It's been a while since we last went to the surface. Celendian, who had been scanning his soldiers one by one, asked, What's the route of departure? Are we departing through the Lake Kingdom's main gate? Yes. However, please note that, Alpha added hesitantly. Nameless is blocking the main gate. Celendian's red eyes narrowed. Nameless, the last resistor of the Lake Kingdom, who had been blocking most of the monsters of this hell alone. She's truly practicing noblesse oblige. Celendian let out a low chuckle. She's been fighting unbroken for such a long time. What's with such responsibility? She could just give up and relax like everyone else. But nameless resistance is nearing its limit. Alpha stared northward, the direction where Lake Kingdom's main gate was. Although she had been blocking the majority of the floods for the past 500 years, recently, she began to falter. She won't be able to block us this time. Alpha extended her hand to explain the departure route. All other armies, excluding the main force of 1,000, are on standby at the northern central square. Soon, they'll advance to the main gate as bait, engaging in battle with Nameless. While they buy us some time, the main force will pass through the main gate, and we advance towards the surface. Celendian tilted his head. Have other armies also advanced this way? It's embarrassing, but yes, we throw the bait army at Nameless, and while the bait army buys time, a small main force advances outside the kingdom. Alpha gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for Nameless, tens of thousands of monsters would have attacked the surface every time. If that were the case, the surface would have been destroyed long ago. We don't need tens of thousands to destroy the surface. Celendian, who laughed faintly, looked around at his elite. We have enough with our 1,000. Upon hearing that, Celendian's vampire subordinates all smirked in unison. Indeed, why were there so many monsters needed to bring about the world's destruction? 10 vampires, 1,000 ghouls. This was more than enough to wreak havoc on the surface of the earth. Let's get moving. With a light step, Celendian led the way. I long to breathe the air of the surface once more. 1,000-strong legion of kin orderly followed behind Celendian. North of the Lake Kingdom, in front of the main gate, Central Plaza. When Celendian and the 1,000 of the main force arrived here, a battle was already underway. Flash! Boom! Gigantic beams of light were shot off like artillery fire, disintegrating the monsters it grazed into dust. Clad in a worn-out robe and with her white hair flying about, Nameless was in the midst of battle. Damn traitor! Tear them apart! Drain them of their blood! Hundreds of vampires rushed in, casting blood magic. Roar! Growl! Countless frost ghouls exhaled a cold breath as they closed in from all sides. However, Flash! Flash! Wielding an old, worn-out sword, Nameless slaughtered them all as she emitted beams of light. Each swing of the sword erupted a massive beam of light. In the pitch-dark sky of the Lake Kingdom, the flash of the blue light illuminated the city for an instant. You are the consequences of the sins committed by this kingdom. Nameless murmured menacingly. Where do you think you're going? Stay within the Lake Kingdom and dream your nightmare, monsters. Flash! The beam of light struck at the center of the decoy legion. The monsters caught in the light were annihilated without a trace. Watching the spectacle, Celendian admired it. A weapon truly worthy of ending my life. Beautiful. One of Celendian's frequent suicide attempts involved confronting Nameless directly. However, each time death came at the hands of Nameless, the king would always revive him. The king did not care about any other means by which the legion commander died, except for death at the hands of Nameless. Therefore, a clash here was meaningless. While Nameless and the decoy legion were engaged in intense battle, Celendian and the main force quietly passed by. Rumble! Could it have sensed the deployment? The rusted northern gate began to open slowly. Celendian! Recognizing that the main force was escaping, Nameless yelled towards them. Where are you going, you vampire bastard? Why, the surface of course, dear deposed princess. Exclamation point. At the title princess, Nameless' face twisted. Beneath her white hair, her teeth were clenched. Do not continue to bear the tragic burden of this hell alone. With a faint smile, Celendian stepped out through the fully opened north gate. Eventually, you too will be eroded and swallowed by time. Wait, Celendian! You! Nameless tried desperately to stop the main force, but the decoy legion was closing in on her from all sides. Leaving behind the battlefield swirling with light and blood, Celendian and the main force stepped out through the northern gate of the Lake Kingdom. From the gate to the surface of the lake, a transparent path was connected. Soon after they began to walk, Celendian and the main force of the Blood Tribe were able to step out onto the surface. The air is good here. After quietly taking in the outside world's air for the first time in hundreds of years, Celendian stared straight to the north. Let's go. To bring about the world's destruction. Hoping that his own demise awaited him at the end of the path, the Vampire King began his journey towards the human world. Chapter 130. With just 2 days left until the start of the stage, the morning had come. I brought all 4 parties of my retinue to the Lake Kingdom dungeon. Over the past week, we had cleared 2 dungeons in Zone 4, the library and the court. The dungeons were swarming with ghouls and fallen bloods, each having a vampire as a boss monster. In the library, the vampire specialized in blood magic, and in the court, the vampire excelled in melee combat. There were dangerous moments, but we managed to clear them safely. By now, all the party members had gathered enough experience dealing with the bloodline. So, today we came to the last dungeon in Zone 4, the Grand Park. It's a wave-type dungeon, where we had to fend off monsters pouring from all directions in a large open field with hardly any obstacles. It requires at least 20 people in 4 parties. Currently, we have exactly 4 parties in the first army. 20 people. I brought everyone along, judging we were more than capable. And indeed, my judgment was correct. Grr, grr. Monsters flooded in from all directions. Thud, thud, wham. Our tankers, arranged in a circle, swept the monsters off their feet with their shields. Whoosh, whoosh, ping, rumble, boom. Our archers and mages poured their attacks from all directions, grinding down the monsters. The party members perfectly and effortlessly defended against the recurring monster waves. Brilliant. Among them, the performance of the newly joined party was particularly dazzling. Old Hunters, a party of middle-aged mercenaries led by Jupiter, with a solid composition of 3 tankers and 2 mages. The 2 veteran mages alternated in launching attack spells. Jupiter's fellow mage was an ice wizard, and a rain of ice and lightning constantly poured down on the monsters' heads. Ugh! Occasionally, Jupiter coughed, and her magic power was weaker than before. Nevertheless, she was effectively frying the monsters. It was obvious that she was pushing herself. Junior occasionally glanced at the old woman. Unbeknownst to others, Junior was secretly casting spells while coughing blood into her handkerchief. A grandmother and granddaughter both doing well. Anyway, we easily annihilated the regular monsters. The last wave was 4 fallen bloods. They ran towards us one by one from all directions. I instructed each party to deal with one each. Clang, clang, crunch. After about 10 minutes, the level of the fallen bloods was quite high, and everyone struggled, but in the end we defeated all of them without a single injury. We did it. Dion, who had stabbed a silver dagger into the neck of the last fallen blood, gasped and mumbled, "We really did it. We!" The other 3 parties also had a tough time, but none as much as the Dion mercenary group. The group consisted only of N-tier heroes. The Dion mercenary group was basically all melee characters, that is, all close combat heroes, and there wasn't even a magic attacker. However, they had diligently trained and combined their defense and attack against the fallen blood, and finally succeeded in the kill. It's impressive to see so much growth in such a short time. I patted Dion's shoulder. Dion nodded his head gratefully. "Thank you, Your Highness. There's nothing to thank me for. It's the fruit of your efforts." And it was sincere. These were 5 ordinary N-tier characters who I wouldn't have bothered with during a game walkthrough. I never thought they would grow into reliable mainstays. Human beings have potential that cannot be seen by looking at the stat window. While looking over the Dion mercenary group, who were hugging each other and high-fiving, I thought to myself, as a commander, as a lord, I have to look at real humans, not the system window. The Dion mercenary group taught me that obvious but valuable realization. I need to look at the people in front of me who are alive and breathing. I need to observe them with my own eyes, not through the system window. The battle was over. The dungeon was cleared. After taking a brief rest and collecting all the loot, I gathered the party members and finished preparations to return to Crossroad. Raising my voice, "We have cleared all the sectors in Zone 4 of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. We had cleared all 3 dungeons in Zone 4. In other words, we had conquered all the dungeons that could be cleared. We had squeezed out all the experience points that could be obtained. We've done everything we can. The equipment settings were finalized, and we had installed all the traps and artifacts on the castle walls. Now all we could do was leave the results to the heavens. Whether we succeed in clearing and survive or swallowing the words that rose within me, I began clapping. The siege is in 2 days. Rest up until then." Everyone looked tired from the forced march over the past few days, but their faces were filled with pride and accomplishment from safely clearing 3 dungeons in a row. I also rewarded them with a quiet smile. "Everyone did great. Let's head back. Free exploration has ended." Leveled up characters. Main party. Ash, EX, LV.36, 1. Lucas, SSR, LV.41, 1. Evangeline, SSR, LV.41, 1. Jupiter Jr., SSR, LV.39, 1. Damien, N. LV.38, 1. Subparty 1. Godhand, SR, LV.38, 1. Bodybag R, LV.33, 1. Old Girl R, LV.33, 1. Skull, N, LV.31. Burnout, SR, LV.29, 1. Subparty 2. Dion, N, LV.27, 2. Isla, N, LV.26, 2. Lark, N, LV.25, 2. Hessen, N, LV.25, 2. Chai, N, LV.25, 2. Subparty 3. Jupiter, SR, LV.42, 1. Yenichi R, LV.32, 1. Free, R, LV.31, 1. Sentens, R, LV.31. Viol R, LV.30, 1. Dead and injured characters, none. Acquired items. Lower class bloodstone, 120. Middle class bloodstone, 38. I looked at the long list of 20 names one by one, not knowing how many would survive in the next settlement window. Carefully and dearly I looked at each one. Repeating everyone's name in my mouth, I murmured with a prayer. Survive. Stay alive. Mansion. My room. Taking a break alone, I was looking at the system window. I activated the dark event tracker by manipulating the system window to know in advance what terrible event it would mess me up with next. But then, no dark events will be triggered in this stage. Huh? Wondering what this was about, the reason was outrageous. The maximum applicable difficulty is already in place. The difficulty cannot be increased further. The reason was that it was already so difficult that it couldn't be made any harder. What a crazy world. Should I say this is with or without conscience? Just as I was blankly taking a break. Bang! Young master. The pigeon we sent to the capital returned with a reply. Ader, who suddenly entered my room, said so. I sprung up. This time I had sent the pigeon with various errands to be run at the capital, so it took longer for the round trip than usual. Still, it returned before the start of the stage. What did they say? Are they sending reinforcements? I asked without any real expectation. As expected, Ader shook his head with a bitter smile. Their stance remains the same. They say they can't send any. Those bastards. I clearly told them, it's a final warning. If they don't send reinforcements, they'll show them a hell of a mess. I growled, grinding my teeth. Really, this was how it was going to be till the end. Sigh. Okay. I didn't even factor that into the calculations anyway. Shaking off my irritation, I calmed myself down and looked at Ader. What about the other tasks? Yes. On the way to the capital, the pigeon contacted the tradesman and the architect, as you instructed. The tradesman to take over the bloodstone circulation, and the architect for the exterior of the hotel to be built in Crossroad. I had asked the pigeon to contact them and deliver my letters. Those are all matters for a very distant future. It feels like playing chess in the fog, laying traps for the future while not knowing how the imminent defense battle will turn out. Ader read out the replies from the tradesman and the architect. They all say they'll consider it positively, but again, because of the unstable situation in the southern front, it's difficult for them to come easily. Well, I expected such a reply. He sounds like he's giving a positive review. He's beating around the bush to refuse my request in this wilderness. I let out a deep sigh. I guess I have to go to the capital myself to gather everyone. You, my lord, are going all the way to the capital? Aren't you too busy with defenses and other matters? Without bothering to answer, I gave a wry smile and got up. Yes, that's right. As busy as I am, I should rest and then get back to work. Oh dear. Then I shall prepare the carriage. Where will you be going? The temple. I opened a drawer in the cabinet and pulled out a money bag I had prepared in advance. There's one more person I want to recruit for this defense battle. The temple. When I arrived late at night, the high priestess, Saintess Margarita, looked quite surprised. Your Majesty? What brings you here at this hour? People come to the temple for a variety of reasons, but ultimately, isn't the goal the same? I put my hands together in front of my chest. They're praying for salvation in the future. I don't have a religion, but shamelessly, I do want salvation. I hope for a victory in the next defense battle. I hope that as many people as possible survive. I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them and put the money bag I brought into the donation box. Thump! The heavy money bag dropped to the bottom of the donation box with a sound. Margarita looked quite flustered. There's no party member who needs treatment today. Why the donation? Saintess. No, Margarita. I slowly turned my head and looked at Margarita. You said it before. This fight here is a holy war. Battling monsters to protect humans is a sacred task. I humbly ask you not to neglect this holy war, but to throw yourself into it. Margarita's eyes trembled violently. The conditions for recruiting Saintess Margarita. Use the temple and make regular donations. Reach a certain amount with the donations. And just now I filled up that last amount. Hospitals are always places where money leaks out like water. In such a remote place, Margarita's temple, which operates on small donations for poor mercenaries, is even more so. The donations I've been pouring into this financially struggling place must have been like a lifeline. I supplemented the hospital beds, laid new blankets and sheets, and stocked clean bandages and gauze. Since I took office as a lord, the facilities of the temple have been improving day by day. Like it or not, this temple relies on my donations for its finances. Now Margarita is in a position where she can no longer refuse my request. This defense battle will be more brutal than any other this city has ever faced. The soldiers who received treatment from you just a few days ago may not be able to return anymore. I spoke plainly, but brutally, about the events to come. Moreover, the wall itself might be breached. If the vampires get over that wall, there will be a festival of blood here. All the citizens of Crossroad might die, and if Crossroad collapses, the entire human world will be in danger. I nodded heavily. Please lend us your strength, Margarita. We need your healing abilities. After a moment of hesitation, Margarita finally uttered, Nothing but a countrywoman with no ability other than taking care of the wounded. I don't have the power to repel enemies. Why me? Margarita. I took a big step closer to Margarita. Margarita shuddered. The quicker way than treating patients is to prevent them from getting hurt in the first place. You can do that if you're on the field. A skill set focused on healing and shielding. The game's best area healer. A leading candidate for tier our hero, Saintess Margarita. She looked up at me with trembling eyes for a long time, bit her lips, and then asked in a thin voice, What should I do? And so, Margarita was recruited. For now, she's a guest character limited to this stage, but in fact, she can be called up as a party member whenever needed in the future. If a healer is needed, she can be used conveniently. On this occasion, I organized 2 reserve parties, combining Lily, Margarita, and 8 newly recruited NR-grade heroes who had been enhanced in the meantime. The party leaders were Lily and Margarita. Lily's party was tasked with forming the last line of defense from the rear, while Margarita's party was responsible for transporting and treating the injured. Having organized the reserves, I returned to the mansion and sat down at the office desk. Traps set up in front of the castle walls, repaired artifacts, the readjustment of the kill zone, evacuation of the citizens. The pile of tasks that needed to be handled before the defense battle was mountainous. As I worked through them, the surroundings became bright before I knew it. When I looked out the window, the sun was rising. I had stayed up all night. I blankly stared at the eastern sky, where dawn was breaking. Sun, can't you slow down a bit? Of course, my wish was completely ignored, and the sun rose brightly above the earth. Everywhere became dazzlingly bright. Stage 5. Time until start, 24 hours left. 1 day left until the next stage. Only a single day remained. Chapter 131. Chapter 5. Time until the start, 24 hours. Downtown Crossroad. The barracks. The quarters of Dion Mercenary Group. We've seized an opportunity. Dion stood before his party members with a smile. For a long time, we never received proper respect. We always played the role of a meat shield. The 4 party members nodded in agreement. Before they came to the front lines here, these 5 had to suffer all sorts of hardships as mercenaries. As newbies, they were thrown into all sorts of suicide missions because they were new. Even after gaining experience and understanding how the mercenary life worked, they were left handling the dirty work because they lacked special skills or talents. But Prince Ash recognized our worth. Ash was different. Not only did he willingly grant them an opportunity when they requested it, but he also didn't hesitate to invest in the Dion Mercenary Group after recognizing their potential. They received high-quality armor and expensive silver swords, and were allowed to wear uniforms exclusively produced for the Southern Front soldiers. The treatment they received here at this monstrous frontline was the best they ever had in their lives as short-lived mercenaries. Dion was already filled with loyalty towards Ash. Let's show him what we're capable of in this defense battle. Dion clenched his fist tightly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is our chance for advancement. Advancement. Let's succeed beyond everyone's expectations. Success. Advancement. Success. The faces of the 5 brightened at the dreamlike words. Dion grinned. Great. Now let's talk about our ambitions. What will you do if you make a lot of money? If I succeed, I'll gather funds to decorate the shop. My dream is to do business on a large scale. For me, it's a marriage fund. My girl is waiting for me back in our hometown. I want to send bundles of money to my parents. I never properly did anything for them. I'll enroll my little brother in a magic workshop. When he grows up, he'll surely take care of me. The party members each spat out a word and then looked at Dion together. Dion pointed at himself with an awkward chuckle. Ah, me? My dream seems petty compared to yours. Dion scratched the back of his head. The day I started my mercenary work, I went for a drink because I couldn't handle the reality sober, but the prices were too high. There was this brand of whiskey that I couldn't afford because it was too expensive. A bashful smile crept onto Dion's lips. I still can't afford to drink it because it's too pricey. But if I succeed later, I'll drink a bottle a week. Upon hearing Dion's ambition, the rest of the party members laughed out loud together. Is that all, Dion? Your ambition is too small. At least aim to drink a bottle a day. You fools. Then head just be a drunkard. Dion, who was teased like a chick, eventually burst into hearty laughter. Let's commit ourselves fully this time and do it properly. We can do it. Dion stretched his arm high up. The Dion Mercenary Group. The beginning of a legend. My shop too. My wedding too. It'll be filial to my parents. Wait for me, little brother. My retirement funds. The noisy Dion Mercenary Group of 5, after shouting their dreams, began to laugh as they looked at each other. In the Lord's mansion, the outbuilding, the quarters of the Shadow Squad, the 3 archers were hopping around on their beds. Are we resting today? We don't have to go to the dungeon. His Highness said to take the day off completely. Hey. So exciting. I really love doing nothing and just being in bed. Considering to stop the archers, who were kicking up a dust cloud as they hopped around, Bodybag decided to just leave them alone. They had been training whenever they had even a bit of spare time. Having a full day to rest comfortably was really a first in a long while. It wasn't unreasonable for the trio of archers to be excited. It was then that Bodybag, who noticed something unusual, raised her head. Godhand was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Leaving the hopping archers in the room, Bodybag slipped out of the outbuilding. Looking around, she saw Godhand's back at the archery training ground behind the outbuilding. As Bodybag was about to approach Godhand, her steps suddenly stopped. Don't worry, I will protect you. Godhand was quietly mumbling something. Yes, if it's something I can do. Bodybag tilted her head. Who was she talking to? Godhand? As Bodybag deliberately made her presence known, Godhand, startled, looked around with a bewildered expression. Bodybag? Why aren't you resting inside? What are you doing out here? I'm just getting some fresh air. What about you? Godhand? Who were you talking to? However, the person Godhand was talking with had already disappeared. They seemed to have quickly disappeared into the forest behind the archery range. Conversation? Cough. I was alone. I was merely talking to myself. Godhand's face showed clear signs of discomfort. Bodybag found this side of Godhand unfamiliar and could not figure out what was happening. What was going on? Just then, the trio of archers came rushing out from inside the annex. What's up? What's up? What are you two doing? Is there something tasty? Is it lunchtime already? I'm hungry. Godhand, looking at the party members clutching their stomachs in hunger, gave a faint smile. Everyone's hungry? Then how about we raid the Lord's Mansion restaurant together? Wow, yes. Godhand, you're a genius. Agreed. I want juice. I want pickled fruit. I need to grab plenty of walnuts and peanuts. The excited trio of archers ran first towards the main building of the mansion. Godhand, who had been following the archers, turned to look at Bodybag. Let's go quickly, Bodybag. You should eat something too. Yes. Tomorrow is going to be a tough day. You need to eat well today. The archers were quite far ahead now. To catch up with them, Godhand dashed off. Something felt vaguely strange, but she decided to ignore it. Bodybag hurriedly chased after her party members. Temple. Damien's room. Damien calmly looked at the weapons laid out in front of him. 6 magic guns. 1 crossbow. 3 quivers of holy arrows and 2 silver arrows. And enchantment scrolls. These were one-time use attribute enhancement magic scrolls that Ash had collected. In total, there were 3 with the attributes of ice, fire, and wind. Ash had given these to Damien, to use in case of emergency. Damien slowly reached out and stroked the neatly arranged magic guns and crossbow. In the next moment, click! With his slender fingers, he quickly grabbed the handle of the magic gun, and at the same time as cocking the hammer, he pressed his face against the barrel. Click! Click! Aligning the sights, he brought the crosshair close to his eyes. Damien slowly released the aiming position he had adopted in an instant. Throughout, Damien had repeatedly trained to quickly take this aiming position, all to shoot the enemy a little faster. In fact, it didn't mean much for Damien to visually aim the crosshairs. The farsight didn't work that way, but it wasn't bad to handle the massive recoil of the magic gun in this position. Hence, he had been practicing. If I could do it a little faster, I could be more helpful to the prince. While thinking this, Damien suddenly felt dizzy. It seemed to be the result of staying cooped up all day training in his room. Maybe I should get some fresh air. As Damien stepped out of the room, he noticed something in the central hall of the temple. In front of the goddess statue in the central hall, Saintess Margarita was kneeling in prayer. With a serious look on her face, it seemed like she was praying. Damien stopped in his tracks, muffling his footsteps. Her hands clasped tight in front of her chest, her hunched body trembling faintly. While keeping her eyes closed, Margarita slowly let out her voice. I just want to faithfully fulfill the task given to me. Margarita, who had been whispering softly, heaved a long sigh and slowly lifted her head. What should I do now? The intricately carved goddess statue seemed to be looking down at Margarita. Closing her eyes again, Margarita whispered faintly, "Please tell me." This was the first time Damien had seen Margarita like this, so he tilted his head in confusion. In Edith's Honey, Junior's room. Ha! Cough! Despite continually coughing up blood, Junior manipulated her magic power to float elemental particles above her head. Just a little more. That spell will be mine. Around her, blood dripped steadily from her nose and mouth. All kinds of metaphysical magic circles were continuously formed and deactivated. This much isn't overdoing it, just a little more. Just a little. Completion was within reach. The insight she had gained from the vampiric king's reverse spell ceremony was about to bloom. Then, "Are you planning to die before me?" The grandmother's voice echoed in her mind. A smirk hung on Junior's lips. "I don't want to die either." However, if she didn't gamble with her life, she couldn't even touch it. Wiping away the blood from her nose and mouth, Junior murmured, "Well then, just a little more." Mercenary Guild. Jupiter's room. Cough, cough. Jupiter coughed violently. Dark red blood spattered on her pillow. Ah, coo. The aftereffects of her magic power explosion hadn't fully healed yet. But because she had been relentlessly using her magic power, the recoil was attacking Jupiter's entire body. This feeling, holding on to her swaying old body, and while throwing up incessant blood, Jupiter tightly closed her one good eye. You really want to become a wizard to the point of enduring such pain? Even dying before this old woman? That wouldn't be so bad. The face of her granddaughter who had said so swirled in her head. So, do you hate me? Jupiter gritted her teeth. Yes, hate me, despise me and curse me. It doesn't matter how much you hate this old woman. Still, I cough. After spitting out blood, Jupiter roughly wiped her mouth. The single hazy eye began to shine with determination again. It's not yet. Just a little more. Hold on a little more. This damned body. Lord's mansion. The backyard garden. A small training ground. Clank. Clank. Clash. Lucas and Evangeline were in the middle of a duel, wielding wooden swords, spears, and shields. Ever since they lost to Celendian, Lucas and Evangeline had been sparring every day. Lucas tried to break Evangeline's defense, while Evangeline blocked Lucas' every attack. At first, their win rate was similar, but at some point, Evangeline started winning continuously. Evangeline had completely mastered using her instinct, perfectly blocking all of Lucas' attacks. It was no different even now, a day before the defense battle. Clank, clank, clash. It was time for dusk. With her emerald eyes shining, Evangeline deflected all of Lucas' sword strikes with her shield. I can feel it. All the paths. I can feel them with my skin. Now, following her instincts and moving her body, Evangeline was right at the edge of an epiphany. Just one more step. At that moment when she was about to fully reach some ultimate thing that the Cross family had been building for generations. Boom! Crash! Evangeline was thrown backward. At some point, Lucas' wooden sword had touched her body, and the next moment, she was thrown outside the training ground with a tremendous shock. Ha! Lying on the ground, dazed, Evangeline murmured. Then she lifted her eyes and saw the person who had sent that sword strike. Ha! Ha! Lucas was panting heavily in the middle of the training ground. Thin steam was rising from the muscular knight's body. The knight's blue eyes were burning like a beast's. What was that just now? Evangeline looked down at her chest. The training armor she wore in case of accidents was deeply indented. If she hadn't been wearing it, she might have died. I couldn't even dodge with my instinct. No, I couldn't even see it properly. What kind of attack did you launch? This? Grin. Sweeping back his sweaty blonde hair, Lucas curved his lips. His usual golden retriever-like smile was nowhere to be found. Instead, a violent expression like a wolf hung on the knight's face. Let's call it my desperation. South from Crossroad. Plain. The late night was approaching dawn. Clink, 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 clink. The 1,000 Blood Clan members led by Celendian arrived here. The Alpha reported after checking out the distant crossroad. I can see the city walls, Lord. This is a city of human scum. We should be within striking distance in a few hours. With a nonchalant expression, Celendian, who was sitting on the palanquin, glanced towards the north. Soon, a slaughterhouse where both sides would kill and be killed. At last now it was beginning. Rising from the palanquin, Celendian slowly turned around. My dear kin. The vampire king smiled at his royal guards, their eyes flashing with a blood-red glow. His fangs were pronounced, a smile befitting a vampire. "Are you ready to cover the city with mountains of corpses and seas of blood?" There was no need for a reply. Covering the city with corpses and blood. That was, after all, the very essence of their existence. "They are coming." Staring into the distant southern plains, I muttered. Unable to sleep, I had been at the ramparts since dawn. And now I saw their arrival with my own eyes. They were still incredibly far away, but they were steadily advancing. Stage 5. Time until start, 3 hours. Hell. Towards this monstrous front, a living, breathing hell, was approaching, and now it was right before our eyes. Chapter 132. The morning sun rose blindingly bright. Standing atop the castle walls, I stared briefly at the radiant eastern sky before reluctantly turning my gaze southward. There, an orderly formation of monsters assembled into an army. Exasperated, I clicked my tongue. Ghouls, what are they up to? Truly, one could call it the Vampire King's personal guard. Despite being ghouls, they formed ranks like a well-trained army, preparing to attack with precision. At the center, 10 vampires. 7 common vampires were checking their weapons, while 2 that seemed like vampire generals were holding the scepter of the vampire lord. And the vampire lord himself, Celendian. He sat calmly atop a carriage as if lounging, looking at our castle walls with a seemingly intrigued gaze. It was the gaze of someone preparing for a game rather than a life-or-death battle. That's when it happened. Through my telescope, my gaze met Celendian's. Startling. With his eyes gleaming red like the moon, the boyish vampire king waved a small hand at me. "That bastard. You're screwed, you damn bastard." After spewing out a curse, I pulled the telescope away from my eye and looked back. Human forces were also assembled there. For full parties of hero characters. My main party, the Shadow Squad Dion Mercenary Group, and the Old Hunters. 2 reserve parties behind them. Lilith's and Margarita's parties. Cannons and ballistae densely arranged on both sides. Behind them, over 1,200 mercenaries. 300 of the Twilight Brigade. 500 mercenaries who had been with us since Stage 1. An additional 400 mercenaries recruited since. We are also prepared. In just a few months, we had slain thousands of monsters and cleared numerous dungeon floors. Far fresher and younger than you immortals, these are the elite of living humanity, ripened by hundreds of years. Will you lose, you monster bastards? Chuck, chuck, chuck. The formation of the ghoul army changed. The 300 ghouls, who had been at the rear, moved forward and started to expand their formation. I turned to the side and shouted loudly. "They're preparing to attack. All forces, prepare for defense." The tense soldiers finished preparations on their defensive weapons. Hero characters also gripped their equipment and swallowed dryly. "I won't say much," I shouted briefly. "Win! Oh dash!" At the same time as the soldiers shouted in response to my cry, "Hod hod 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 hod." Shaking the ground, the ghouls began to charge. 300 frost ghouls. A staggering 300 of them. Quite burdensome for the first wave. The sight of these blue frozen corpses maintaining perfect formation as they charged was terrifying in more ways than one. In a short time, the ghouls that had sprinted across the plains reached the kill zone area, where we had piled wooden fences as obstacles. A typical monster army would cause a bottleneck there and take a long time to get through. But these were monsters under the direct command of their general. While the kill zone created with obstacles might buy us a little time, it couldn't hold them back forever. Quadjik. Quaduck. As expected, the ghouls easily broke down the wooden fence and penetrated inside. The strategy of forcing a specific route using obstacles wasn't working. However, fire dash. The delay was still taking time. In that gap we could strike. As soon as they entered our firing range, I gave the order, and the cannons spat out fire simultaneously. Burr dash. With an ear-splitting noise, the cannonballs were fired. Tearing through the air, dozens of cannonballs rained down and soon hit the ground. Quagwagwagwing. Erupting in brilliant red flames and black smoke, It caused a grand explosion. The ghouls engulfed by the explosion were instantly turned into minced meat. However, neither I nor the soldiers nor anyone else was celebrating, because it had been made clear to everyone. This type of attack couldn't kill them. Gua! The minced ghouls, after a moment, started regenerating their bodies one by one. Pieces of flesh stuck together, blood scattered in all directions collected and formed a skeleton, then came together again into the shape of a monster. This grotesque spectacle I looked at with clenched teeth. They were Celendian's personal guards. Monsters resurrected by sharing the life of Celendian himself. No matter how hard you tried with the usual methods, it was futile. The moment a monster died, its life was returned to Celendian, who in turn restored that life to the minions, reviving them. It was a zombie-like act, possible because all 1,000 monsters were a bloodkin legion, sharing blood and life with Celendian. So how do you stop this? You have to destroy the spirit cores. In this world, the spirit core also the essence of life and soul. Destroy that, and they fall forever, and Celendian's life stock disappears one by one. The problem is the numbers. How do you destroy the spirit cores of these nearly 1,000 monsters individually? Do you know how much headache this gave me, you bloody bastards? With a smirk lifting the corner of my lips, I glared at the monsters approaching me. Bang! Crash! Hud hud hud! Roar! Dodging the pouring cannons and ballista rains, the ghoul horde repeated the cycle of death and resurrection, quickly rushing toward the ramparts. Come closer. I nodded my head vigorously. Closer. Even more. I was a little excited because it's been a long time since the last human invasion. Alpha murmured, watching the ghoul horde closing the distance to the ramparts smoothly. This is too boring. They're reducing the distance too easily. It wasn't like this in the past. Did human tactics degenerate while we were trapped down there? Or perhaps they haven't had proper experience facing a monster horde over the long period. At Alpha's words, Beta, who was listening next to him, agreed with a grunt. Celendian kept silent. Next to Celendian's chair, Alpha poured hot tea into a cup with a grin. We might not even have to step in, Lord. Ah, you wanted to personally step in this time, Lord. This might be a disappointment. If the ghoul horde succeeded in approaching the ramparts, they would bare their teeth to the humans on the ramparts with their devastating hunger. Ghouls are cannibals, the incarnation of appetite. If fresh blood and flesh are within a certain distance, their aggressiveness multiplies. Once the ghouls get close, they would instantly covet the flesh and take the enemy's life. For the Bloodkin Legion, taking life means literally making it their own, stealing the enemy's life and storing it as the Legion's extra life. If the ghoul horde succeeds in approaching, there will be no chance for humans at that point. The current life stock of the Bloodkin Legion is 1,000. But when they kill the enemy and take their blood and flesh, an equivalent amount of life is added. On our side, killing life means gaining life. On the human side, they can only lose. At that point, the outcome is determined. That's why usually, defeating a ghoul legion has to be done at a distance. But the human's current defense line is only watching as the ghouls close in without resistance. It's almost there. They've reached right in front of the ramparts. It's disappointing if the first human invasion ends this easily. Celendian, who had been silent, finally opened his mouth slightly. Something strange. Yes? What are you referring to? It can't be this easy. Celendian recalled the face of the enemy commander, Ash. The face of the young human who showed such clear hostility towards him. Would the man who killed Orlop fall this easily? Lord, you might be overestimating the enemy. After all, didn't Orlop die from a cannon? It could be that an ordinary human got lucky and killed that spider. Well, the conclusion will come soon, whether it was a commoner's luck or the strategy of a great human. Roar! The vanguard of the ghoul horde reached the moat below the ramparts. If they fell into the moat filled with holy water, even the ghoul horde would suffer quite a bit of damage. But these were frost ghouls. Splat! They froze the moat with the cold air breathed from their mouths in a single breath and jumped across. The rampart was now right there. Still on the ramparts, without any significant magical attack. Only cannons and arrows were pouring down. Is this really the end, human? Celendian frowned. Handing over the fortress so futilely? Celendian had faced countless human fortifications for an eternity. The grand ancient humans often thwarted the vampires by combining all sorts of novel magic and skills. Thinking of their magical defensive weaponry and walls made of moon silver that purified the impure, their blue flames and such, they were indeed impressive weapons of humans. But this fortress right now? Is that it? Cannons and arrows, really? If that's all they had, destruction was inevitable. Thud. The hand of the foremost ghoul made contact with the fortress wall. Scrape. Scrape. They froze their hands to stick to the wall, repeating the process with all their limbs, crawling up the fortress wall. Dozens of frost ghouls began to climb the fortress wall. Celendian clicked his tongue upon seeing this. Even though these were just first-line scouts, these ghouls were on the verge of capturing the fortress. Is that all they've got? The moment Celendian spat those words, boom! Boom! Something was being dropped in mass from the fortress wall. Alpha frowned, Beta squinted to get a better look, and Celendian narrowed his eyes. What is that? It was the corpses of cows and pigs. They were dropping dozens of livestock corpses from atop the fortress wall out of nowhere. Ah! Alpha was bewildered by this new spectacle. What are they doing now? The dense scent of blood emanated from the livestock corpses which had been pre-slit. All of the ghouls turned their gaze towards the livestock corpses. Growl, grr. And then, as if on cue, all the ghouls dashed towards the livestock corpses. Even those that were climbing the wall. All 300 ghouls had their heads stuck to the ground, tearing into the livestock corpses. Alpha smacked his forehead. These stupid creatures. Bloodsuckers are always hungry monsters. Ghouls need meat. Vampires need blood. Without these, they cannot survive. Even then, the higher-ranking vampires can suppress their instincts, preferring more valuable, thicker, and magic-rich blood. Ghouls don't have such preferences. They simply go mad for the flesh and blood in front of them, being cannibals. They sure found our army's weak spot. Alpha, feeling embarrassed at his subordinate's lack of discipline, clicked his tongue. But I didn't even think of this method. Old wars had more respect, you see. And more importantly, Celendian coldly snorted, it's not that significant. They are just corpses of livestock after all. They'd be eaten by the ghouls and disappear in a matter of tens of seconds. In fact, dozens of cow and pig corpses had been mostly reduced to bones already. The ghouls' appetite was truly monstrous. If their only trick is to buy time, what else can they do? Just then, rumble. Giant cannons atop the fortress wall were aimed below. Aimed at the flock of ghouls, tightly huddled together, feasting on the livestock meat. More cannons, even though it won't work. At the same time Celendian murmured, boom, boom, boom. The cannons fired in unison, decimating the ghouls gathered together. The ghouls were obliterated in an instant. As he had done until now, Celendian tried to resurrect the ghouls by reclaiming their lives. However, they're not coming back. They didn't return. Their lives evaporated. Huh? What's that? Alpha, who had been questioning in bewilderment, was taken aback. Celendian, he was laughing. His mouth was curving into a clear grin, as if he was delighted. All their cores were destroyed. All 300 of them. He didn't exactly know what they had done. Yeah, this makes it fun to fight. Chapter 133. Nothing was respawning. With a hint of tension, I looked down at the corpses of the ghouls swept up by the bombardment, and soon, I found myself grinning widely. They're done for. They're not getting up again. I looked around at the still dazed soldiers and called out again. We got them, all of them. Whoa dash. Finally, a beat late, the soldiers erupted in cheers. These nervous guys. Still, I love them. I had worked out how to destroy the spirit cores of the vampires while exploring dungeons. When I first encountered a vampire in the Colosseum, after driving a silver sword into its body and launching a magical attack, its spirit core was exposed. When I destroyed that core, it screamed out in its death throes. While exploring dungeons afterward, I attempted to refine the strategy based on different conditions and situations. The conclusions I came to were as follows. 1. A sufficiently powerful magic attack will expose a vampire's spirit core. 2. At our party's current level, the damage from our magic attacks is insufficient, making it difficult to expose the spirit core using magic alone. 3. However, if we land a physical attack with a silver weapon vampire's weakness and follow up with a magic attack, the damage from the magic attack is amplified. 4. If we destroy the exposed spirit core in this manner, the vampires can no longer regenerate and die. 5. Profit. In short, if you use a magic attack while a silver sword is lodged in them, the silver serves as a catalyst that amplifies the magic damage, allowing us to expose their spirit cores in one fell swoop. This enables us to secure a definite kill. As for the lesser vampires, the ghouls, they burnt to death just from having their spirit cores exposed without needing any further steps. But of course, we can't go through this laborious process for every single one of the 1,000 ghouls. So I came up with a trick: sticking pieces of silver into the bodies of livestock. There was plenty of silver powder and fragments left over from making silver equipment piled up in the blacksmith shop. We painstakingly stuck those into the bodies of the livestock and used them as bait. Ghouls will go for the flesh of any living creature. Whether there's silver mixed in or poison, they'll blindly rush in and start eating. This allows us to lure them all to one place, and they're literally stuffing silver into their own bodies. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now all we have to do is top it off with a powerful magic attack. The mages have to conserve their magic power. They need to save it to deal with the vampires. It'd be endless if they wasted it on ghouls. So, I made preparations. An artifact that shoots magic, the mana cannon, made by emptying all the SR-grade magic cores we had. I nodded in satisfaction as I looked at the 5 mana cannons cooling down next to me. These were the guys that had just shot down onto the ghouls' heads. They work splendidly as expected of the new model. It's the same artifact as the cannon used in the tutorial stage. Of course, back in the tutorial stage, I had intentionally caused a magic core to go berserk to increase its power, and Damien had aimed it himself, so the power was incomparable. But these cannons are still very powerful. At least, they're sufficient as a cannon that projects magic damage. We've prepared hard too, you monster bastards. With a grim smile, I stared at the silent enemy line. I deliberately let their army approach without any damage. Even knowing it wouldn't work, I had normal cannons fired at them. If they noticed our methods, they might have come up with other strategies. But those knave bastards kept rushing towards the fortress in textbook fashion. So I gathered them together and took away 300 lives all at once. Now what will you do, Celendian? 30% of the army's lives vanished in an instant. In this situation, what move would the enemy make next? And then, check, 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 check. Honestly, they sent out the next army. The second wave of the ghoul army. Again, about 300 frost ghouls. I narrowed my eyes. I could see a clear difference from the first wave earlier. At the very front of the enemy line, 10 pale figures, draped in ragged black cloaks and drooling, were marching at the front. Fallen blood, degenerate vampires, beasts chasing blood, elite monsters, RRK, Kaya-dash. The fallen blood at the very front let out a hideous scream. Its flipped eyes blazed with red light as bright as car headlights. Frightening. Tyrant. 10 fallen bloods started to rush forward. Hud, 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 hud. And right behind them, a horde of frost ghouls pursued. Still daring to crawl forward after witnessing their defeat? Then, it's nothing but a thorough incineration for you. Accept it graciously. I yelled to my soldiers. Are the silver powder bombs ready? They're ready. Fire. Give them a full course. I stretched out my arm and roared. Fire. Fire. Fire! Boom! Boom! Cannons simultaneously launched the shells. Ordinary shells, yes, but filled to the brim with special silver particles and fragments. Boom! A shell precisely landed above the head of the leading fallen blood, exploding magnificently. Silver powder scattered in all directions from the exploding shell. The ghouls caught within the blast radius disintegrated as if melted. However, they soon began to regenerate. You think I'm just going to watch that happen? Old hunters. I looked at two wizards waiting on the side. Jupiter, show them what you've got. Of course, your majesty. Jupiter and her fellow wizard respectfully nodded. Donning leather gloves, Jupiter chuckled ominously. I've longed to stand atop these walls again. Jupiter was fully geared. She wore the old Empire's military uniform, covered with the golden breastplate and screaming set of 3 ID given her. Jupiter's fellow wizard placed his hand on her shoulder, aiding her magic power supply. This wizard was an ice attribute, so in a situation where he couldn't deal damage to the frost ghouls, he had shifted to assist Jupiter. Crackle, crackle. Lightning began to gather around Jupiter's magic orb, floating in midair. A fierce flash sparked in Jupiter's one eye. This Jupiter still has plenty of fight left. I'll show you. The magic orb flashed. A thundercloud formed, and then a massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Boom! Dozens of lightning bolts hit the ground. The ghouls, engulfed in the silver powder and fragments, were entirely incinerated, leaving not even bone fragments, completely obliterated down to their soul cores. Hud, 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 hud. But the remaining bastards kept coming undeterred. There was a limit to the amount of silver fragments, so the bombardment was now over. The silver shell plus magic attack combo had ended with that one round. Then it's time to bring out the next move. Burnout! I looked back and shouted. Ready to work? Burnout, lying prone behind a giant custom ballista, was ready to fire. Unable to speak due to the gag, Burnout just nodded slightly, and instead Godhand responded. Leave it to us, your majesty. Well, annihilate them. I trusted them. I had made 50 silver arrows, 40 of which were Burnouts. And Burnout's custom ballista used 10 arrows at a time.
Don't hold back, pour it all out.
With my shout, Burnout's eyes lit up as she pulled the trigger. Whoosh! An enormous launching sound echoed as hundreds of silver arrows were fired at once. Silver arrows rained like a storm above the ghouls' heads. Boom! They exploded as soon as they struck the ghouls. Silver arrows, enhanced by Burnout's passive skill for explosive attributes, swept across the enemy lines. A truly carpet bombing level force. Godhand had once teased Burnout, asking if she could do anything else but bomb, but I didn't see it that way. Bombing is all you need to do. Look at the impact. Silver arrow plus explosive magic. This combo brought down the ghouls, melting their soul cores. They collapsed, never to regenerate again. Between Jupiter's magical bombardment and Burnout's silver arrow bombing, more than half of the second legion of ghouls was annihilated in an instant. Yet, the remaining half of the ghouls still mindlessly rushed towards the fortress. Screech! The frontmost fallen bloods, too, were screeching and charging forward. These fallen bloods withstood everything: the shell, the lightning, the silver arrows, the explosion, and didn't even flinch. Even the ones missing limbs or trailing entrails kept dragging themselves, regenerating as they crawled towards the fortress. Unlike the ghouls, they hadn't reached the point of soul core destruction. Disgusting bastards. I turned my head, tongue clamped between my teeth. Damien! Like he had been waiting for my call, Damien sprang forward. Yes, your highness. Take out 5 fallen blood. Don't use too much force. Understood. It'll control my strength. Damien needed to conserve energy for the later battles. However, with Damien's sniping now, maintaining the front lines becomes much more manageable. Standing at the end of the castle walls, Damien took a deep breath and pulled his crossbow to his chest. His posture was neat. Had he been practicing alone? Whoosh! A silver arrow launched from the end of Damien's crossbow. The launched arrow pierced through the neck and chest of a fallen blood hobbling across the plains, its legs blown away. Thud. Gah? The bastard who had been ensnared by previous bombings had his core exposed, and Damien's arrow effortlessly pierced his life away. And before the first one to be penetrated fell to the ground, ping, ping, beep dash, for consecutive arrows shot out, piercing through the necks, chests, and eyes of successive fallen bloods. Gah? Guh? Arg? Ack? Thud? Thump? Wump? Just like dominoes. 5 of the fallen bloods leading the charge collapsed to the ground all at once. Bewildered by the spectacle, I turned to Damien, who was nodding his head with an innocent expression. 5 sniped. Well, you could have taken it a bit slower. What's the point of giving orders if he's gonna wipe them out in seconds? I was about to tell him to take out the rest of the fallen bloods, when I saw the burst blood vessel in Damien's eye. Damn his farsight. If only his durability was better, he would have crushed the entire game. You did well. Take a rest for a bit. It was still too early to claim victory. After patting Damien's shoulder, I glared at the remaining fallen bloods and ghouls that had reached our vicinity. Drop the rest of the livestock corpses. Archer unit, ready? Yes. The rest of the prepared cow and pig corpses fell all at once down the castle walls. Roar. The ghouls that had approached closely started feasting on the meat all at once. I gestured in the meantime. Archer unit ready? Skull, old girl, and the regular archers loaded silver arrows into their bows and aimed down from the castle walls. Fire! Whoosh! A shower of silver arrows poured over the ghouls that were greedily feasting on the livestock. Roar! Groan! Groan! Even after being peppered with silver arrows and letting out gnarly screams, the ghouls continued to chew on the meat. Finish them off. At my signal, the artillerymen standing by the mana cannons activated them all at once. Boom! Boom! Whoosh dash! A mana bombardment swept across the area beneath the castle walls. When the thick smoke cleared, the ghouls were all sprawled out, fatally wounded. The corpses of the completely wiped out first wave formed a small mound beneath the castle walls. Of course, it wasn't over yet. Growl. The 5 surviving fallen bloods. These bastards didn't even bother looking at the livestock corpses, climbing up the castle walls from the start. Gah-wah dash. The first fallen blood to reach the top of the castle walls let out a dreadful roar. The vigor of this bastard, who had pushed through artillery, magic, and a shower of silver arrows to reach here, was beyond words. However, its eyes were spewing out horrifying hatred. Its exposed fangs flashed menacingly. The bastard on the wall was scanning around for a victim to drain. Thunk dash, and then Lucas' sword cleanly cut through its neck. The sacred sword emitting a red aura created a beautiful silver flash as it chopped the bastard's neck. Defense-ignoring damage. Also known as true damage, the sacred weapon tore through the bastard's core in a heartbeat, causing it to perish. Puff! Evangeline's cavalry lance struck the throat of the second fallen blood that climbed up after. Similarly, its core was ripped apart, and it fell from the castle wall without even screaming, dead. Thud! Lucas swirled his sword on the ground to shake off the blood, and, clank! Evangeline adjusted her shield. The 2 knights glanced at each other, nodding simultaneously. A one-on-one, then. The one who wins gets to go on a late-night snack run with Senior Ash, right? Confirmed. All right, let's get moving. The 2 knights, after warming up with a battle cry, charged towards the 3 fallen bloods who were still ascending the castle walls. Wait a minute. Hold up. We didn't agree to this, did we? That's when Damien, standing next to me, muttered softly. If we're grading, I'd give myself a 5. Don't worry. They'll provide you with free midnight snacks every day. They'll feed you till you turn into plump baby pigs. Just let us get through this defense battle safely. I wished fervently as I watched the remaining 3 fallen bloods get slaughtered. Bloodline Legion Wave 2. Cleared. Chapter 134. Celendian longed for death. He sought an adversary capable of ending his eternal, weary life. However, he did not desire defeat. Rather than willingly giving up his life to the enemy, he deemed it more honorable to take it himself. Thus, he didn't take it easy on his opponents, nor did he deliberately lose. A fair fight, a battle where he risked everything against his adversary, and dying after a satisfying conclusion. That was his ideal death. Looking at his subordinates dying like bugs beneath the castle walls, feeling the unrecoverable lives slipping away, the death as evanescent as grains of sand slipping through his fingers, Celendian shivered for the first time in centuries. How could I have held back on such an electrifying game for so long? Tossing away the precious lives he had stockpiled like garbage onto the ground. This death game. How could he have forgotten this for such a long time? Look at this wasteful extravagance of life. Looking at the hill of his dead subordinates' bodies beneath the castle walls, Celendian murmured happily. To have held back on such a pleasurable event for so long. I too have become numb. Seeing their master sincerely enjoying himself, Alpha and Beta smiled broadly. Seeing the Lord pleased, we too are pleased. But it's still not enough. The first wave was annihilated right beneath the castle walls. The second wave managed to climb up to the walls, but eventually, they all died. Send out all the remaining ones. Let them pave the way with their lives. Celendian, gesturing toward the remaining ghoul legion, sparkled with blood-red eyes. As we always have. Yes, my lord, your orders will be followed. Alpha, who bowed to Celendian, raised his voice toward the ghoul legion. Third wave, prepare to advance. A smile similar to their master's hung on Alpha's lips. Advance. Pave the way with ice and corpses. Lucas and Evangeline simultaneously dealt the killing blow to the last fallen blood. My sword destroyed the spirit core first. That's funny. My spear was faster. With their bickering, I had to intervene. Just split it in half. 0.5 points each. 2.5 against 2.5 total. Okay? If you say so, Lord. Humph. No choice then. With that, they both reluctantly withdrew. What a waste of time. At any rate, given our light-hearted banter, the atmosphere at the front line wasn't too bad. We had significantly depleted our hand, but we had dealt with over half of them without any damage on our side. It was safe to say that we were off to a really good start. I raised my telescope to scout the enemy lines. Well, what now, Celendian? 6 out of 10 of your subordinates have been wiped out. You must be getting worried now. Huh? But? ? The image of Celendian reflected in my telescope was that of him smiling. His mouth stretched so wide it seemed like it might rip at the corners. Maliciously, eerily, hideously, literally like a vampire. What's he so happy about? I swallowed dryly, not understanding. Considering that already 60% of the lives he had in reserve for his army were gone, what could be so amusing? You're laughing, you monster. Clack, 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 clack. And then the ghoul legion began to move again. This time, most of the remaining remnants were preparing to charge. Around 400 ghouls. 10 fallen blood. Excluding the vampires, it was all of their remaining forces. Gradash. Jarrrrrrrrrr. With a roar that seemed to tear at my eardrums, they began to rush forward with a stomp. Thump, 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 thump dash. I couldn't understand why they were approaching as I watched them. Why? Had they not seen the first and second waves get annihilated? By charging blindly like this, they were completely exposed to our attacks, dying without achieving anything. They should have realized this by now. Why? The same strategy. As if they were begging to be killed. Pleading desperately to be killed, they were coming to be killed on their own accord. Thump, 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 thump dash. The third wave quickly closed in. Lucas looked at me anxiously. Lord, they are close. Orders! Exclamation point. Right. This wasn't the time to be lost in thought. I had no idea what they were thinking when they gave such a stupid tactic. But that didn't mean their charge was light. If we didn't respond correctly, the front would be breached. Artillery, start firing. Delay their advance. Ballista squad, do the same. Fire. Got it. Fire. Shoot dash. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Cannons and ballistas spewed fire and arrows from the fortress walls. Archers start sniping. And burnout. I looked back at the shadow squad. Bodybag was loading silver arrows into a custom ballista with a telekinesis spell. Fire again as soon as the reload is complete. Bodybag, having loaded the last arrow, shouted out, "The reload is just finished, Your Majesty." Burnout. Shoot. Burnout, who was holding the trigger, had a red glow in her eyes, and the next moment, whoosh dash, hundreds of silver arrows cut through the air and rained down towards the enemy lines. Boom dash. The silver arrows with explosive attributes completely razed the southern plane of the castle walls. However, this third wave was filled with special enhanced ghoul units. From overly muscular tank units to agile units that charged at us, to buffer units that bestowed area-wide fury buffs on nearby ghouls and so on. It's not some zombie shooting game. Why are there such variants? Anyway, these creatures changed the situation a bit from before. Boom! Bang! The ghoul tank units leaped into the air, taking the shower of silver arrows with their own bodies. They couldn't withstand it for long and shattered in the air, but most of the ghouls underneath were advancing without much damage. Thud! Thump! The agile units were dodging all the archers sniping, sprinting in a zigzag from the front line. Tisk! How can they be so fast? Every time the enemies dodged the sniping, Skull and Old Girl groaned. Gur dash! Finally, about 10 buffer units let out a roar, and the whole third wave got a fury buff. The ghouls' bloodshot eyes intensified. The ghouls, who were running on 2 legs, now started running on all 4s. Their speed was much faster. Dash! With far less damage than before, a far larger number of ghouls rushed towards the castle walls. Shoot all available artifacts. Understood. Activating artifact. Activating. With the alchemist's shouts, all the projectile artifacts lit up on the castle walls and were fired. From the Stage 2 flamethrower artifact to the Stage 4 gale artifact, all the area-slowing artifacts were activated. But they all just bought us a little time. They couldn't overturn the situation. The flamethrower artifact couldn't penetrate the frost ghoul's ice attributes, and the gale artifact just blasted strong wind. Boom dash! The automatic defense turret, which had been silent in the middle of the castle wall, started spewing fire earnestly, but it wasn't enough. Now they were just at our doorstep. We need an area spell. I glanced at Jupiter. Huff, huff. Jupiter, who had been overexerted from the lightning spell, was trying to regain her breath with a pale face. Even though she looked fine, rapid firing was too much. I looked at the other side. I guess you'll have to step in, Junior. Junior, who had been standing by quietly, gave a fox-like smile. I thought it was about time for my turn, Your Majesty. Are you okay? Junior has an important role in the Great Vampire War. Would she be okay managing her condition if she used her strength now? All of the area mages are sick. Despite my worries, Junior just chuckled. There is no problem. Rather, I think I should warm up in advance so I can move properly later. I was about to ask you to let me go first. All right, understood. Then it happened. Your Majesty. Jupiter, who had noticed something, approached me hurriedly and opened her mouth. I was the one assigned to be the area attacker in this killing field. Why? You should recover, Jupiter. There's still a long battle ahead. But, burnout. How much time till the next volley? I disregarded the outcry from the wounded veteran, turning to question the shadow squad instead. Burnout was loading an arrow into her ballista, and Bodybag, who was assisting her, promptly replied, "We will be ready in a minute." Good, Junior. When Burnout's volley of silver arrows is ready, cast your magic simultaneously. Can you handle it? Of course, Your Highness. Junior glanced at the elderly woman and grinned confidently. Just leave it to me. Roar dash. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the ghoul army had managed to approach the fortress walls. Those bastards had jumped over the moat and started climbing the fortress walls, freezing their limbs to stick to the walls. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Damien, pick off the fallen blood among the remaining ones and finish them off. Roger that. Lucas, Evangeline, and... I turned around. Throughout the battle, 5 eager newcomers had been standing by, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Dion Mercenary Group. What was so enjoyable about this hellish frontline? When I called them, broad smiles spread across the faces of the Dion Mercenary Group. It's a melee battle. Keep them from climbing up. It's finally our turn. We've been waiting for this. Well, teach these monster brats a lesson. I responded coldly. Stay cool-headed. Focus on defending. Don't get hurt being overzealous. Deal with them systematically and take it slow. Understood. Roger that. Well, they sure knew how to answer. The greenhorn brats. The lead ghouls of the enemy squad began to climb the walls one by one. Heave-ho! Charge! Lucas and Evangeline rushed in first, knocking them back. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The Dion Mercenary Group also diligently began pushing back the climbing ghouls one by one. Preparation for firing is complete. A heavy minute had passed, and just as the ghouls began swarming up the walls, the signal came. I immediately shouted, "Fire!" Instantly, Burnout's finger pulled the trigger. Thwack dash! Hundreds of silver arrows shot into the void, striking the heart of the ghoul army in the next moment. Boom! Simultaneously, Junior's hands began to gather magical elements. One was of water attribute, and the other was lightning. "I'll show you." Junior smiled at the stiffly frozen elderly woman. How I wield the lightning. The water and lightning magic spheres gathered at Junior's fingertips disappeared. Whoosh dash! Immediately afterwards, a downpour fell from the sky. The ghouls, reeling from the barrage of silver arrows and the explosion, looked up at the sky in unison, perplexed. Rumble, and then, flash dash! Above the heads of the drenched ghouls, a tremendously large bolt of lightning struck down. Chapter 135. The ghouls were annihilated all at once. They had fallen victim to a devastating combo of water and electric attributes. Those who fell like trash could not rise again. Hehehe. Junior grinned as if she had won a trophy. She was still dripping with sweat, but she had done a terrific job. This was the true potential of an elementalist who could wield multiple attributes simultaneously, although not as powerful as a single attribute mage in their respective field. She could amplify her power by utilizing multiple attributes. In layman's terms, she could create her own combos, and it was awesome. Jupiter mumbled softly as she stared blankly at her granddaughter's feet. Well done. Huh. Junior looked at her grandmother, surprised. You just said. Cough, cough. Jupiter turned her head away, pretending to cough. Junior's eyes widened in surprise, and I could not help but chuckle. All you mages over there, save the family drama for later and focus on the defense. This was far from over.
GRRRR.
Gah. As if on cue, ghouls and fallen blood surged over the fortress walls. The ghouls that had charged the plains were taken down by the silver arrow plus water lightning combo just moments ago. But the ones climbing over the walls had been out of the magic attack range and thus remained unharmed. Twilight Brigade! I called out to those behind me. The 300 archers who had been on standby simultaneously responded with yes, and brandished their weapons. Of the regular soldiers, only 300 of the Twilight Brigade were arranged for melee combat, and the rest were positioned for ranged attacks. Ideally, I would not want to send regular soldiers into melee combat. If our soldiers die against the Blood Clan army, they steal our lives, and they use it to restore their own. In battles, regular soldiers have a much higher mortality rate than hero characters. Sending them into battle would inevitably result in casualties. That's why I wanted to conduct the melee combat using only hero characters. That's the pragmatic reason. To be honest, I didn't want to see anyone else die. Perhaps it was because we had too few casualties in the previous stages. I had become a cowardly commander who feared the death of his subordinates. However, I understand. There can't be a battlefront without sacrifice. Therefore, bring them down. I issued an attack command to them. Whoa! As if they were waiting for the order, the Twilight Brigade ran towards the end of the wall, screaming. Lucas and Evangeline, the Dion mercenary group, and the Twilight Brigade. The members of the melee combat group swung their weapons against the fallen blood and flung the ghouls back over the wall. The corpses of these creatures piled up like mountains below the walls. They stacked up gruesomely, almost reaching half the height of the walls. We've almost wiped out the fallen blood and the ghouls. Seeing the Night Duo and the Dion mercenary group dealing with the few remaining fallen blood, I thought, we've exterminated most of the Blood Clan army. If we keep going like this, Your Highness. That's when it happened. Damien called out to me urgently. I quickly turned to look at him. What's up? Look. Damien pointed at the southern plain, his face pale, and shouted. The Lord. He's moving. I clenched my teeth and looked in that direction. 7 vampires dressed in splendid armor and robes. Lord Celendian sitting alone on a magic chariot floating in the air. 2 vampire generals in maid and butler outfits standing side by side on the chariot. In total, 10 vampires were now finally beginning their march. I don't understand at all. I couldn't help but grimace inwardly. It's the rule of the game that they come one after another. But this is going too far. They hadn't moved an inch while the ghouls, and even the fallen blood were annihilated. Now that 99% of their entire army had been killed, they were slowly crawling out. It was like this in the game, too. The Blood Clan army always behaved like this. Only after the fallen blood and the ghouls were completely destroyed on the battlefield did the vampires, who could be called the command center, belatedly move. Whether this foolish behavior was a show of confidence that they could win or something else, well, we can ask them when we cross swords. With a grim smile, I raised my hand high. If only those damned mosquitoes would come close enough for me to hit with my sword. I thrust my hand forward. Fire. Yes, fire. Let loose. Boom. Crash. The cannons belched flame in unison. Dozens of shells precisely rained down on those vampiric bastards. Thanks to our previous experiences and training, our artillery's accuracy was top-notch. However, accuracy was not the issue with these vampire bastards. Swoosh! A vampire in a maid's outfit leapt up, kicking off the ground. In her hand was an axe that looked larger than her own body. Screech! Along with a deafening tinnitus, the maid vampire swung her axe toward the bombardment. Then, kaboom! As if she hit something in midair, the shells exploded prematurely. I widened my eyes in disbelief. She created a gust of wind by swinging her axe, deflecting our artillery fire? This was a baffling display of might. I gritted my teeth, looking at the vampire maid. I obviously knew who she was. She always appeared with Celendian in the game. The physically strongest vampire in Celendian's legion. Beta. After effortlessly landing from her leap, Beta gathered her skirt with both hands and curtsied. Celendian looked on this spectacle as if watching a child's antics, a satisfied smile on her face. Those goddamned. I gritted my teeth and turned around. Burnout, are you ready to fire? The initial artillery salvo was nothing more than a courtesy gesture. We knew they wouldn't take the bait. But this is different. Let's see how they react to our silver arrow volley. To my call, Bodybag, who had been helping Burnout load the cannon, quickly responded. Loading complete. We're ready to fire. The last 10 canisters of silver arrows. The rate at which we consumed arrows was truly absurd. But I never had any intention of sparing them. I shouted. Fire full power. Burnout. Give those bastards a taste. Silently, Burnout nodded at me, took a deep breath, and laid a finger on the trigger. It seemed as if flames flickered in her opened eyes. Fire! With my cry, whoosh! Hundreds of silver arrows shot out from the custom ballista at once. Exploding silver arrows, you vampire bastards. In other words, it's a flamed fly swatter. You get it? If you try to crush it with wind pressure like before, the silver dust will rain down over your heads. You don't want that, do you? Now, how will you block it? Just when the silver arrow rain was about to fall right above the vampires' heads. Click. The vampire dressed as a butler, who was standing next to Celendian, stepped forward. Hum! With a clear sound of magic at work, the butler vampire casually waved his hand, and then stopped. In midair, hundreds of arrows. All at once. Just as if someone had paused a video, the silver arrow bombardment was frozen in the air. What? In the face of this preposterous, truly magical sight, I was momentarily stunned. Swoosh! When the butler vampire swung his hand again, the frozen arrows in midair turned 180 degrees backward. And then they were launched. Hud, 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 hud. Eek! Backward. The arrows were fired toward us, specifically toward Burnout, the archer. What? This unexpected situation had me buffering for a moment. It was when the arrows were almost upon us that I finally regained my senses and cried out. This exploding arrows. Everyone, shields up dash. And then, the rain of silver arrows descended upon us. Kaboom! Boom! 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 My lord! Lucas, who had rushed to me in an instant, raised his sword in front of me in defense. Evangeline, who had also rushed over, put up her shield and protected the mages and archers around us. Boom! 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 Arg! No! The falling silver arrows caused explosions all around. Soldiers caught in the blast screamed in pain. After a while, the silver arrow bombardment finally ended. Those goddamn... Amidst the rising smoke and flames, I glared at the vampire dressed as a butler who had caused all this. The most powerful blood magician in Celendian's legion. Alpha, a damn monster who mastered the blood magic skill tree. No, but even though I would use my skills lavishly in the game, I certainly didn't do stuff like reflecting these arrows. Reality indeed makes magic application quite tasty. Vampire general entities. Alpha and Beta. One with power. One with magic. Not only did they block our bombardment, but they even threw it back at us. Each one of these bastards is just like a boss-tier entity. Gritting my teeth at their absurd power, I asked Lucas, "What's the damage situation?" "We're assessing it now. However, it's not too extensive." "Huh? Why?" I scanned the fortress walls. There were quite a few casualties, and several cannons and ballistas were torched, but the damage from the silver arrow bombardment was less severe than expected. And there was a reason for that. The situation was so urgent. I just activated it to see. SR-grade defensive artifact, anti-missile barrier. One of the best defensive artifacts for localized battles, slowing enemy projectiles and reducing their damage. Next to that artifact stood Lily, with a flustered expression on her face. In her urgency to return the enemy's arrows, Lily had hastily activated the artifact. "Did I make a mistake, Your Majesty?" I shook my head fiercely, giving a thumbs up. "You did great, Lily." If that alpha bastard had spread the arrow reflection across our entire fortress, the damage would have been uncontrollable. Thanks to them attacking us at pinpoint locations, we were able to mitigate the damage with the artifact. Of course, that didn't mean there were no casualties. Ugh. The custom ballista of Burnout, who was the focus of the enemy's concentrated fire, was completely destroyed, and Burnout herself was not unscathed. Godhand was pulling out an arrow lodged in Burnout with a stern face. "I'll send the injured to the rear." At Godhand's words, I nodded and shouted out, "Margarita!" At my call, Saintess Margarita and her party members rushed over. "Yes, Your Majesty. Escort the wounded and heal them. Especially focus on treating this archer friend. She may need to return to the front line." Nodding her head, Margarita gathered a white magic power in her hands and spread it out around her. Wawa. As the area healing magic spread out, relief washed over the faces of the soldiers who had suffered minor injuries. "Bring the wounded this way. Those who can help, please assist." Immediately after casting the area magic, Margarita started helping the heavily injured soldiers to the rear of the wall. Watching the scene of burnout and the soldiers being escorted one by one, I turned my eyes south again. Thump, thump, thump. The vampire bastards were approaching, walking leisurely, as if they were taking a stroll on a spring day. Chapter 136. The shattered remains of ghouls were strewn across the field like weeds. Everywhere on the land swept by the bombardment, fires were ignited, spewing thick smoke up into the air. On the road of this scorched battlefield, 10 vampires were leisurely walking as if they were out for a stroll. They were still distant, but clearly visible to the naked eye. They're laughing. These monstrous bastards, walking through the corpses of our allies scattered in all directions, were laughing. I had learned that normal shelling and sniping were meaningless to them, so I didn't give the order to shoot. The vampires quickly approached. When they were close enough for our voices to reach each other, I shouted, "May I ask you something, Vampire King?" Then all the vampires stopped at once. Seated on the palanquin, looking up at me, Celendian smiled faintly. His innocent boy-like face emanated the scent of blood. "Ask away, Ash. Why did you send your ghouls first to die?" At my words, Celendian tilted his head. "I don't understand what you're saying. I'm asking why you vampires just watched from behind while your ghouls and fallen blood minions were annihilated. Even though Celendian and Alpha Beta were the bosses, wasn't it worthwhile to send ordinary vampires mixed into the waves? I couldn't understand this tactic from a strategic point of view. But you're speaking strangely, human." His answer to my question was truly unexpected. "Do you dine with your pets?" "What? What the hell does that mean?" "The ghouls and minions that died earlier are, to us vampires, they're like hunting dogs we raise," Celendian calmly explained. "Of course we cherish and love them, even to the extent of giving up our own lives for them. They are my loyal and brave army, fighting the enemy alongside us. But they are dogs. You wouldn't dine at the same table with them, would you?" Snap. My teeth clenched together. "You're dining. You already know, don't you?" Celendian pointed at us. "It's you. You humans are our meal, Ash." I clenched my fists tightly. Celendian continued to chatter to me. "We release the hunting dogs first. Humans weak enough to be killed by dogs are food for dogs. But if you survive against my dogs, then you can be said to have proven your qualifications at least." "Qualification, you say?" "Yes, the qualification to be eaten by us vampires." Celendian gently laughed, looking up at us on the city walls. "We don't particularly want to eat humans who are only good enough to be dog food. So we first release the dogs for selection. Isn't it the same for you? You choose the tastiest piece of meat from good livestock. What happens to the leftovers? You give them to dogs and pigs, don't you? It's the same principle." He confidently spat out nonsense. "I'm a vampire. I want the blood of strong, willful humans who know how to fight. Noble human blood. It tastes much better. You, who have withstood the attack of my dogs, have also proven your qualifications." The corners of Celendian's mouth twisted up into a creepy grin. The other vampire bastards, too, harbored the same ghastly smiles. "Well then, rejoice, humans." Eyeing us as if we were cuts of meat displayed in a butcher shop, he continued. "You all have earned the opportunity to become our meal." So said Celendian. "Damn! Crazy bastard!" The soldiers, turning pale, stumbled back. The vampire bastards, excluding Celendian, chuckled at the sight, looking at us with the eyes of obvious predators. "Damien!" Grinding my teeth, I looked to my side. "Erase the smiles from those damned faces." "Yes, your highness." Damien lifted his crossbow to his chest. "As you command." He drew an arrow from the quiver in front of him and loaded it into the crossbow. He took a deep breath, took aim, and, whoosh, fired lightly. Screech dash. An arrow shot from the fortress sword through the sky. The arrow pierced the air in an instant and was fast approaching the vampires. "Oh, look at this. Alpha, who had just deflected hundreds of silver arrows and sent them back over the fortress, laughed. Doing something that won't even get him killed. The foolishness of humans never failed to astound him. Like prey caught in a spider's web, futilely struggling even though they were inescapably trapped. Why couldn't they realize that until the very end? I wish you would stop this pitiful resistance. Saying that, Alpha waved his hand. A surge of enormous magical power flowed within him, following the path of his bloodstream. Alpha reached out his hand, attempting to grasp an arrow with this magical power. However, something was off. Try as he might to grab it with his magic. The arrow strangely changed its course each time, as if it possessed a will of its own. What's happening? Baffled, Alpha finally concentrated his magic power into a shield. Clang dash, but it was broken through. The arrow pierced straight through the shield, barreling towards the space between Alpha's neck and chest. He realized that he would not be able to block this attack. Cough! At that moment, Zing Dash, Beta, who had rushed in, swung her axe, striking the middle of the arrow. The arrow shattered into pieces right before it could hit Alpha. The strange power that had been present in the arrow disappeared, and the pieces of the arrow scattered about normally. Cough, cough! With his spine tingling, Alpha looked down at the broken arrow on the ground. The silver that was imbued with red energy emitted an eerie light. What are you doing, Alpha? Celendian asked with a hint of amusement. Unable to block a single arrow? It was not a question, but a mocking laughter at Alpha's startled appearance. However, Alpha was serious. No, my lord. It's different. Oh, what's different? This arrow. It's not an ordinary silver arrow. His blood magic had been shattered in an instant. Alpha had a gut feeling. This arrow is dangerous. As soon as Alpha warned them, swish, swish, swish dash, a volley of arrows were shot from the castle walls. The long-range shots aiming for ordinary vampires arched through the sky. What's this, arrows? Despicable. This trivial thing. Just like Alpha, the vampires scoffed at the archery and tried to easily block it. But they couldn't. Thud. Thwack. Thunk. Cough. Hack. What the dash? They could not block it. The first vampire's throat was pierced after the shield he was trying to block with was shattered. The second vampire had his palm and neck pierced when he tried to block with concentrated magic in his hand. The third vampire tried to evade by transforming into mist, but his neck was pierced despite his efforts. The three vampires who were hit in the throat began to cough up blood violently. A flicker of interest passed in Celendian's eyes. It's not an ordinary silver arrow. Could it be Star Silver? Alpha, who had been inspecting the broken arrow on the ground, broke out in cold sweat. Yes, it is Star Silver. But it's not only that. It seems to be tempered with the devil's gallbladder. Using that precious sacred silver and even the gallbladder to make an arrow? They've prepared quite well in order to kill us. Celendian chuckled. But this won't be enough. Just then, boom dash. A gunshot sounded from the top of the castle wall. Why was it that when he heard that sound, a chill ran down the spine of the vampire king? Celendian? What's this? Celendian's crimson eyes followed the trajectory of the projectile that was shot from the castle wall. He soon identified what it was. A magic bullet? Creak. The incoming magic bullet precisely hit the head of the first vampire whose throat was pierced, burst, and blew his head off. The vampire, dyed in a purple mist, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He did not regenerate or resurrect. His soul core had been destroyed. But Celendian did not care about the death of his subordinate. This is. As Celendian quickly looked up from the shattered head of his subordinate. Boom dash. A second shot. The vampire who had been struggling with an arrow through his neck and hand was struck by the magic bullet. He couldn't avoid it either. Burst dash. Instant death. Watching the head of his subordinate explode, Celendian laughed. This magic bullet. Boom. The third shot. The third vampire, who had tried to evade by transforming back into mist, realized that evasion was impossible. Sensing death, he closed his eyes tightly. Crash dash. Scree. But he did not die. Celendian, who had leapt out and reached out, caught the magic bullet. Celendian's hand was torn apart, blood splattering in all directions, as he withstood the demonic power of formidable might. But undeterred, Celendian looked down at his bloody hand. Is this demonic power that of Orlop? If so, the magic gun that had fired this demonic power must have been cast with the Orlop's magic core. A weapon made from the essence of the Nightmare Commander, the Nightmare Slayer. Joy filled Celendian's face. A weapon that can truly kill me. Strike with silver and finish with magic. That was the basis of our tactics against the Blood Clan. Damien had done it alone against the vampires. He struck them with arrows and sniped them with the magic gun. He swiftly dispatched 2 vampires and was about to finish the third when Celendian interfered. But it didn't matter, that head only caught 2. Ha-hoo! Damien, who had been rapidly firing arrows and Black Queen, was panting heavily. Targeting the soul core required more concentration than usual, so it seemed the stamina consumption was not ordinary. But even so, he was about to shoot another, so I quickly grabbed Damien's shoulder. Stop, Damien! Ha! Ha! But, still, you've done well enough. You've thoroughly broken the nose of those guys who were arrogant. If it were up to me, I'd like to let him keep shooting. But Celendian had already started blocking. Shooting more would be a waste of ammunition and stamina. Rest a bit and recover. We still have things to do. Okay. Damien leaned against the wall and began to catch his breath. I looked to the south. As our attack stopped, the vampires began to advance again. Leaving behind the bodies of their fallen comrades, they still moved with light steps. They were really close now, close enough to see the wrinkles on their faces. And Celendian was laughing. Ha-ha! 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 Fight, humans! Prove your worth! With an even more vicious smile than before, as if he was ecstatic. Whether you'll become the prey of livestock, the meal of us vampires, or whether you'll kill me and survive. Ha-ha! It's about fighting. Keep fighting. Chapter 137. Then, my lord, the castle walls were close enough. Deciding this, Alpha bent his waist to Celendian. I will pave a path over their castle walls. Do so. Celendian nodded with a smile. Go forth, Alpha. Beta. Yes, my lord. Alpha once again deeply bowed, and Beta also quietly held her hand to her chest in salute. Then the 2 vampire generals turned around. Whoosh dash! Like bullets, they began to charge towards the castle walls. At the forefront was Beta, with her maid frills and skirt fluttering like a cloak, and her giant axe in the water waving like a feather from side to side. Beta sprinted. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few archers on the castle walls used their skills to fire silver arrows, but thump, thump, thump. Useless. As she swung her axe like a fan, the swarm of silver arrows shattered in the air like chaff. Like I would be affected by these pitiful attacks. A smirk slid across the lips of the vampire with the face of a maid lady. If you're going to shoot, bring something at least like the holy arrow that sniper shot earlier. But that sniper from a moment ago was no longer in sight on the front lines. Then, there would be no more formidable attacks. All that was left was to take down the castle walls. Thump, thump, thump. Beta reached the bottom of the castle walls in an instant and squatted down, feet together on the ground. Thud. Thump. Beta's slender thighs and calves transformed in an instant into muscular forms, swelling as if they would burst. Whoosh dash. With an enormous leg strength, she kicked the ground and rocketed up like a missile. Thud. With a single leap, Beta had reached the top of the castle walls. What? No way. The humans on the castle walls spat out their words as they met her gaze, their faces turning pale. Now sharing an eye level with the monster, all sorts of emotions that had not been apparent before began to surface from the humans. Disbelief, surprise, horror, and fear. primal fear of death. Beta stroked her neck with her left hand. The pale neck where a long scar was etched horizontally. If only my neck was intact, I could have taunted you. The joy of tormenting humans lay in the blood sucked dry and the bone marrow extracted. It would also be in mocking the trembling humans in fear and tasting the tears shed when they begged for their lives. Sadly, Beta had lost her language when she was beheaded in the distant past. But this is enough for now. Beta smiled with her red lips. The war had only just begun. There would be plenty of time to taste the blood and bone marrow of humans and their tears. So now, it was time to be faithful to the task at hand. Beta swung her axe overhead. The deafening noise was sharp enough to tear the eardrums. In the next moment, the axe was buried in the castle wall. Rumble! A huge vibration erupted, followed by a cloud of dust. The entire castle wall shook with a formidable force. Arg! Grab something! The soldiers screamed and stumbled. Thud! Thump thump. As the vibration finally ceased and the dust settled, the demolished castle wall's outer surface was revealed. The brutally torn bricks and iron plates shed fragments, slowly falling to the ground. The automated defensive turret installed in the central part was also smashed to pieces and fell. Well done, Beta. At the same time, Alpha, a vampire butler who had reached the bottom of the castle walls, grinned. Now it's my turn. Alpha waved his hands vigorously, as if conducting an orchestra. Crack, crackle. The corpses of the frost ghoul piled up to form a hill below the castle walls began to freeze all at once. Not only that, the corpses scattered around began to gather layer by layer, forming a path. From the castle walls down below, to the center of the castle walls wide open from Beta's axe. Alpha gingerly climbed up the path made of frozen ghouls. The soldiers watching from the castle walls opened their mouths wide. He's making a path, with corpses. In an instant, a path of ice and corpses connecting from the bottom to the top of the castle walls was completed. Alpha, who reached the top of the castle walls, looked around at the humans and grinned. "Move aside, vermin," he said coldly. "The king is on his way." And so it was. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by 5 ordinary vampires, Celendian, seated in a palanquin, stood in front of the path of ice and corpses. "Beautiful, my domineering one," Celendian muttered with satisfaction, looking at the path piled up with the lives of his subordinates. "Well, shall we go up?" It was time to overcome the human barrier. Time to bring about the ruin of the human race. Just as Celendian's carriage was about to ascend the path made of ice and corpses, thud, screech. Suddenly, the tightly closed castle gates started to slowly open to either side. It was right next to the path of ice and corpses. Not only the ordinary vampires but also Celendian stared with wide eyes at this unexpected development. Opening the castle gates? At this timing? In the middle of a siege? Huh? What? Alpha and Beta, who were standing on the castle wall waiting for the king's procession, also widened their eyes and looked down. And the one who came out through the open castle gates was the human side's commander, Ash. Ash, who confidently walked out through the castle gates, looked at the vampires with dumbfounded eyes, then turned around and yelled, "Prepare the drinks." Yes. Immediately, soldiers ran out from behind Ash, put down a table, and placed snacks and liquor bottles on it. Screech. Thud. The soldiers ran back inside, and the castle gates closed tightly. Now, outside the castle gates, there were only a table with drinks, 2 chairs, and Ash. Thud. Ash, who pulled out a chair from behind the table, casually sat down on it, and he gestured towards Celendian. "Come sit, Vampire King." A relaxed smile was on his face. "Let's have a drink and chat a bit." Nervous. Nervously nervous. Cold sweat was pouring down. Though I was pretending to be calm, setting up the drinks, and sitting at the table, inside, I was extremely tense. Is it working? Will it work? This is working, right? Huh? I licked my drying lips as I surveyed the motionless vampire bastards. Hurry up and come over. Don't check me out. During the last operation directive, I clearly told my party members, I will isolate Celendian and bind him with the secret strategy one have prepared. During that time, you and the ordinary soldiers will wipe out the Vampire Legion. The secret strategy to isolate and bind Celendian. What is that secret strategy? It's obviously the boss stage special gimmick. Every 5th stage is a boss stage. And there is a special command activated only on boss stages Commander's Conference. In the boss stage, one Monster Army Commander level beast, named Monster King, would emerge. A 1v1 conference between commander characters can be requested from them. In the game, the success rate was 100%. When the conference command is activated, both commander characters become unusable for 10 turns. Both commander characters sit face to face and exchange dialogues for 10 turns. The game explains that you can get clues about the secrets of the world from this conversation, or the battle may unexpectedly change. But in the actual game, this command was barely used. After all, on our side in the game, the commander character was Lucas. Even if there's an effect of binding the enemy boss for 10 turns, our side also loses an SSR Grade Knight character from the front line. That void is immense. So it was treated as a non-existent gimmick. But now I'm the commander. Of course, it's not that my role in the front line is small, but I'm not a pure combatant. If someone like me can bind the enemy boss, Celendian, for 10 turns, it's a huge benefit. In the game, 1 turn is about 3 minutes in reality. So, 10 turns are 30 minutes. It can keep the Vampire King away from the front line for 30 minutes. If it works, the gain is overwhelmingly greater than the loss. But they came over right away in the game. Why are they standing there stupidly and looking at me as if I'm a madman? Hurry up and come over. I grabbed the liquor bottle and poured it into the cup with a pretense of leisure. In fact, I tried to pour it smoothly, but I was so nervous that my hand trembled and it came out in a spurt. Damn it! Keep a poker face, Ash. And then, step. Celendian, who had lightly descended from the carriage, really started walking toward me alone. The battlefield was enveloped in a bizarre silence. All the soldiers were quietly watching this insane spectacle. Thud. I dragged the chair backward, thunk, and took a light seat. Celendian, sitting across from me, silently lifted his glass. I chuckled slightly as I poured alcohol into his glass. Swirling the glass, Celendian asked, "Shall we toast?" "We're not exactly on those terms. Quite heartless of you to invite me and then say that. But I like it." Celendian glanced towards the path made of ice and corpses next to him. To drink while watching lives wilt like flowers. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The remaining vampires began to march up the path. Watching his subordinates advance, Celendian lifted his glass to his lips. "It has quite a mood." "I agree." I too snorted and lifted my glass to my lips. "There's nothing as delicious as drinking while watching your monstrous underlings dying." "Who?" With a smug smile, Celendian turned towards me. "You seem to trust your army quite a bit." "Of course. That's why I'm sitting here drinking, right? My subordinates can easily turn your monster underlings into blood puddles even without me. Shall we make a bet?" "What kind of bet? Isn't it obvious? By the time this bottle is empty, who will be the victor atop that castle wall? That's the bet." I frowned. "What's the stake?" "If you win, I'll spare you." Celendian didn't lose his smile. "And let you watch until the last moment as humanity is annihilated." So what's that? Even if his subordinates are annihilated, he's confident he can destroy the world alone? Is that what he just implied? Taken aback, I glared at him for a while, then asked slowly, "And if you win? Can't we take our time deciding that? After all, we'll have plenty of time." I pointed my index finger at Celendian, who was savoring the aroma of the wine in his mouth. "Let's see how long that nonchalant attitude of yours lasts." Celendian, filled with sincerity and hope, I shouted, "My subordinates are strong. strong enough to kill all of your subordinates and even pluck your feathers. So weak, one of the vampires carelessly muttered. In his hand was a severed human neck. It was Dion's neck. Whoosh, clank, roll. The casually tossed neck rolled on the castle wall, splattering blood. Licking the blood off his hands, the vampire grumbled discontentedly. Tasteless. Chapter 138. Protect the Empire is a brutal game. Not only because one couldn't undo their mistakes, but also because it assigned ranks to humans. Rankings. They classified a human's worth as SSR/SRRN. The resources of this game are limited. Equipment, items, experience points, they are unequivocally finite. To clear the game, one must distribute them efficiently. Ultimately, higher-ranking characters possessing superior talents get the concentration of resources. They receive the best equipment, gain priority in item acquisition, and scoop up the experience points. A disparity is created. Between higher-ranking and lower-ranking characters, an unbridgeable gap forms. The difference in talent is real. It's an indisputable fact. However, what makes this difference crucial is ultimately the player's choice. While high-ranking characters become the protagonists on stage, hailed as the world's saviors, the majority of the low-rankers, particularly the lowest-ranking N-rank characters, are used and discarded as meat shields, cannon fodder, bullet sponges, without even a decent opportunity. They exit to the backstage from the shadows lonely after death, injury, or in even worse states. That is but one facet of the countless brutalities this game possesses. Therefore, N-rank must prove themselves. They get only one chance. High-ranking characters may fail repeatedly and still receive opportunities, but such favors do not extend to N-ranks. The moment they are thrown onto the battlefield, they must seize that first and last chance. Their usefulness, their value, their worth of life, they must show it. They have to show the whole world that they are not just meat shields, cannon fodder, or bullet sponges. To move out of the shadows and into the light. Because everyone wants to be in the spotlight. Everyone wants to be the protagonist. Everyone harbors such dreams while living. In the grand battle against vampires, the number of humans is meaningless. Rather, they simply become the means for the monsters to replenish their health. It's better to face them with a small, elite group rather than general soldiers. That was Ash's instruction, and Lucas thought it made sense. While Ash was single-handedly facing the Vampire King, Lucas took over the command of the front line. Lucas planned to prepare for battle with a hero party while ordering the general soldiers to retreat to the rear lines as the vampires crawled up the walls. However, the vampires arrived at the walls before the general soldiers could finish retreating. There's plenty. Seeing the throngs of humans on the wall, the vampires, no, the predators, collectively swallowed their saliva. When was the last time we had such a feast? The humans of Lake Kingdom were all fallen corpses, so they didn't taste good. Let's suck up fresh blood to our heart's content. Crunch. Facing the monsters drooling and babbling in anticipation, Lucas tightened his grip on his sword. He couldn't let them attack the general soldiers. To a vampire, blood and life are logistical supplies. The damage on our side becomes their gain. We have to minimize the casualties of the general soldiers. However, I can't stop them all at once. Lucas glanced at the two vampires dressed as butlers and maids. Alpha and Beta. Vampire General right below the Vampire Lord, the highest-ranking entities, the Vampire Generals. Our core forces have to deal with these two. He had conducted training in advance assuming the enemies would be Alpha and Beta. He couldn't change the squad now. In the end, those who have to stop the 5 regular vampires are Knight. Leave it to us. Dion. They are the surplus soldiers who couldn't become elites. Watching Dion and his 5 subordinates step forward, Lucas let out a sigh. Dion raised his voice. From the beginning, our role was to stop the regular vampires and buy time. We can do it. We trained hard. His words were correct. However, the situation has changed. It's not a situation where we only have to stop 5 vampires. We have to protect the retreating general soldiers as well. The difficulty of the task has increased exponentially. Is it right to leave this to Dion's mercenary group, who still lacks experience? What would the Lord have decided if he were here? Lucas shook his head vehemently. Ash had entrusted Lucas with command. If so, he couldn't always hang on to Ash like a child. The vampires were just ahead. It was time to make a decision. As acting commander, I declare, we stick to the grand strategy given by His Highness, Prince Ash. Lucas glared at Beta, slowly approaching with his axe dragging on the ground. First, he'll deal with that monster maid. Next to him, Alpha was following along, casting blood magic. Evangeline, you hold off that butler blood magician. Just leave it to me. Evangeline, who clutched her shield, gave a small smile. Godhand, Bodybag, assist us. Godhand and Bodybag simply nodded with stern faces. Jupiter, Junior, Damien, Old Girl, Skull, you're the attack team. Choose and attack the optimal target on the fly. The 2 wizards and 3 snipers were grouped as the attack team. While the rest of the party formed a defensive line, they would take down the vampires one by one. Everyone silently checked their magic power and equipment. The rest of the old hunters, and all of Dion's mercenaries. Lucas, looking around at the remaining members, nodded. Hold off the regular vampires, but don't get too aggressive. The old soldiers of the old hunters all nodded simultaneously, and Dion and his mercenaries smiled, banging their weapons against their shields. Bang, bang. The situation is different from what we anticipated. They're not after you, but the regular soldiers still retreating. Of course, they would avoid a direct confrontation with hero characters and target the weaker regular soldiers. While you protect the regular soldiers retreating, remember, your lives are the priority. Lucas repeatedly told the group facing off against the regular vampires. Vampires are different from regular monsters. They're incredibly cunning and evil. If they see a gap, they will try to kill you first. Lucas looked around at everyone and nodded. Block them as much as you can, and respond according to the situation. Yes. Good. All units, charge. As he let his piercing blue gaze flow beyond his visor, Lucas donned his helmet. If we fend these guys off, it's our victory. Let's go dash. The hero characters each clutched their weapons and began running towards their respective enemies. Dion and Dion's mercenary group let out a shout, "Whoa, dash!" and rushed towards the incoming 5 regular vampires. Whatever happens, fight while maintaining the formation. If we scatter, we're dead. Dion, clutching his silver dagger in both hands, shouted. Dion's mercenary group all nodded at once. How much training had they gone through to move as one? Dion and his mercenary group knew it well. Each of them individually was worthless. But when 5 became one, they could produce a synergy much stronger than the sum of their individual strengths. They could certainly fend off those powerful vampires. However, as Lucas had said, the vampires were cunning and evil. They didn't care about Dion's mercenary group's defensive line in the slightest. Bypassing the defense, they rushed towards the regular soldiers behind them.
No.
We must block. Human cries of despair were easily leapt over. 5 vampires rushed at the regular soldiers who were still retreating below the walls. Thump dash. Blood sprayed in all directions. The regular soldiers were also tough veterans from this front line. Especially those who stayed back until the end, they were the Twilight Corps. Not just veterans, but survivors who had fought and survived battles with monsters hundreds of times. Clink. But their shields were bent like twigs. Rip. And their armor was torn apart like paper. Crunch dash. And their necks bitten off. The 5 vampires buried their heads in human necks and disgustingly sucked blood. The 5 regular soldiers who became victims died without even being able to scream. Ah! A vampire, dripping blood from his mouth, murmured faintly. Not enough. It's not enough. Throwing the human corpse that had dried up like an old tree haphazardly onto the ground, the vampire turned its body to find its next prey. Ugh! It'll buy us time, you guys retreat quickly. The leader of the Twilight Brigade hoisted his war hammer and yelled, his cry echoing through the battlefield, the old man's last words. Crash! A vampire clad in armor brought his long sword down. The leader's war hammer of the Twilight Brigade shattered under the blow. Not just that, from shoulder to waist was sliced in a diagonal sweep. Cough, hack. For the old soldier who joined at stage 2 and had directed the regular troops through 4 defenses, his end was both hollow and cruel. His severed body fell backward. The vampire that killed the old soldier bent down and greedily swallowed the fresh blood. Damn you! These damn monsters dare to... Our captain! Seeing this, the other old soldiers of the Twilight Brigade's eyes flared in rage. Soldiers who were retreating simultaneously drew their weapons and turned back. This is not the time. Retreat. We need to retreat. Damn it, you all! Dion yelled till his throat was raw. Retreat! But his cries fell on deaf ears. Enraged by their captain's death, the soldiers abandoned their retreat and rushed at the vampires. Of course, the old soldiers knew. They had been through countless battles and knew well there was no chance of winning if they charged the vampires. But in the face of their lifelong captain's death, to turn their eyes from death and run toward life, they were simply too old for that. And they had to pay the price. Thump, thud, thump, a massacre ensued. For decades, these old soldiers who had stained the walls of this place with monster blood, now stained it with their own. In no time, the top of the wall turned into a field of corpses. Above it, the vampires held their feast. Blood, flesh, greedily swallowing and chewing, they indulged. This is... in front of the death of those they had been so close to just yesterday. Even the cold-heartedness of Dion's mercenaries was evaporating. Hessen, the warrior who was in charge of the vanguard, was the first to lose his reason to rage. You damn, blood-sucking bastards! No, Hessen. If you go alone... Hessen kicked the ground and charged at the nearest vampire. Hold the line. Keep calm. Damn it. Hessen. Dion reached out to grab the back of Hesen's head, but it was too late. Ayah! With his silver sword in hand, Hessen charged forward and brought his sword down on the vampire before him. Hesen's level was 25. He had cut down countless monsters in that dungeon which was akin to hell. Perhaps he was confident deep down. No matter if the enemy was a vampire, he believed he could at least land one hit. Clang! But his sword struck not the vampire, but the empty ground. Huh? As a puzzled Hessen lifted his head. The vampires surrounded him, as though they had been waiting for him. Yes, no other expression would have been more accurate. They surrounded him, waiting for him to charge out, and then they grinned, revealing their sharp, blood-stained fangs. Damn, shit. Thump, thud. The swords and claws of the vampires pierced through the gaps in Hesen's armor. Coughing blood from his mouth, Hessen turned his head to Dion and his comrades with great difficulty, murmuring weakly, I'm sorry, guys. The next moment, 5 vampires simultaneously sunk their fangs into Hesen's neck. Chapter 139. From the start I knew. It was a dream beyond my station. To be the protagonist on stage, monopolizing the dazzling spotlight. For people like us living ordinary lives, it was a too ambitious, too big a dream. So I dreamed a small dream. I didn't even want to monopolize the spotlight. I'd be content if I could just catch some of its glow now and then. Simply just to be on that stage. Even as a nameless supporting role, just to remain on the stage. I wished for just that. Boom dash. Blood splattered all around. From Hesen's bitten neck, droplets of blood scattered. The vampires sucked the life out of Hessen, spewing blood in every direction. Watching this, Dion wondered, what was that guy's dream? He had heard the story just a day ago, but he couldn't recall it clearly. Was it about saving money for an operation or something like that? Thud. Hesen's lifeless body, drained of all blood, collapsed onto the ground. The comrades who were watching this sudden tragedy screamed in shock. Hessen dash! You damned monster bastards! As Dion held back his colleagues who were trying to rush forward, He gritted his teeth. Calm down. Calm down. You need to keep your cool. Maintain the formation. Ugh. Hessen. Hessen is watching the trembling Dion mercenary group. The vampires chuckled sinisterly. Your comrade's blood is too rich. It's overpowering. A vampire, wiping the blood-stained corner of his mouth with his hand, flashed a dreadful smile. I prefer something lighter. This one really spoiled my taste. TCH. The vampire spat blood-mixed saliva onto Hesen's corpse. Seeing this, the last thread of sanity broke. We will kill these bastards. Dash. Whoosh. The party's star, thief Ayla, leaped forward. Ayla. No. Damn it. An exasperated Dion eventually gave the attack order. We can't be divided anymore. We move together. I've been waiting for that, Dion. Let's make these mosquito bastards pay for killing Hessen. Whoosh dash. All 4 members of the Dion mercenary group charged forward in unison. However, this was a miscalculation. There were 3 reasons. Firstly, the Dion mercenary group was primarily trained in defensive tactics. In a defensive situation, they could handle several vampires, but on the attack, even 2 vampires could be overwhelming. Secondly, until now, the Dion mercenary group consisted of 5 members. With a stable composition of 3 tanks and 2 dealers, their synergies could face any enemy. But now 1 tank was missing. There was a world of difference between 5 and 4. Lastly, the dealer Ayla was not in the back line but at the very front. These small factors combined and created a chain reaction. Thunk. Boom. Thud. In a pathetic and horrifying manner, the Dion mercenary group met their annihilation in an instant. Ayla, who had charged ahead first, stabbed her silver dagger into the enemy vampire's stomach. However, the vampire, with a grin, gripped Ayla's wrist and, boom, slashed his long sword down, severing Ayla's forearm. Ah? 2 more vampires charged towards Ayla, who was about to scream. Their blood-drenched claws targeted Ayla's neck and chest. Thump. Slam. 2 other mercenaries, Locke and Che, who had dived in between, blocked the vampires' attack with their shields. The problem was there were 2 more vampires. Thunk. Thud. As if predicting the movements of the 2 shield warriors, the attacks from 2 other vampires who leaped in a beat late pierced Locke and Che's bodies. Cough. KHK. At the struggling pair, the other 2 vampires, whose attacks were blocked by their shields, raised their claws with a laugh. Humans must be so weary, being so sensitive about the life and death of their comrades. For us immortals, who live as long as our Lord does, it's hard to understand this. Ha ha! The vampire's claws fell towards the 2 warriors' necks. The 2 shield warriors made a last-ditch attempt to swing their held silver swords in retaliation, but the counterattack was weak. Thunk. Thump. The 2 silver swords were lodged into the vampire's arms, but they, unfazed, swung their claws and decapitated the 2 warriors. Blood splattered in all directions. Locke. Che. No dash. Roaring in defiance, Dion charged forward, gritting his teeth. He was desperate to save even a barely alive Ayla. Vampires blocked his path, laughing at his efforts. Clink, clink, clink. Dion swung the silver daggers in his hands with reckless abandon. Their claws clashed with his daggers, and a fierce battle ensued in the blink of an eye. Even as the young leader of a small mercenary band and the leader of the party, Dion managed to stand his ground against the vampires with his agile swordplay. But that was it. The vampires, laughing, successfully parried Dion's attacks, and Dion was the first one to run out of stamina. Ha heck! Ha heck! Stumbling back, Dion watched the vampires grinning as they grabbed Ayla by her hair and paraded her in front of him. If your comrade is so dear to you, well, give her back. Thump! In the next moment, a vampire's long sword pierced through Ayla's back, protruding from her abdomen. We didn't say we'd give her back alive, did we? Kicking the whimpering Ayla, the vampire sent her rolling towards Dion, covered in blood. Ayla. Dion rushed to her side. Sorry? Ha. Ayla, vomiting blood from her mouth and belly, looked at Dion with empty eyes. I did wrong, huh? Sorry for running ahead. No, for pushing you to become a mercenary. What's the point of ambition in the end? My mistake. Dion gave a small nod, forcing a smile. No, tight. You didn't do anything wrong. Gripping the rapidly cooling hand of Ayla, Dion gritted his teeth. We didn't do anything wrong. Was their dream too lofty? The money to buy new gear for marriage, to send home, to raise a younger sibling. Just to earn that. Was this modest dream, this petty wish, too much to ask for? No, it can't be. They had long given up on the dream of being the protagonist. They merely wished to remain on stage, even if as nameless supporting actors. This couldn't be too much to ask. We were born as humans. Dion, unable to let go of Ayla's lifeless hand, hung his head. We should be allowed to dream as long as we're alive. Childhood. The stars seen from the well were beautiful. But they were too high, too far, so they gave up. They turned their eyes towards a lower, closer light, a nearby flame that seemed within reach. But were they to be burned even by such a modest flame? We're not moths. We're humans. Dion gritted his teeth, glaring at the vampires closing in on him. There's nothing wrong with dreaming. It was then. There's no wrongdoing in dreams. A voice came from behind him. But face reality, lad. It wasn't a dream that killed your comrades, but monsters, and a failed strategy. When Dion turned around, 3 tanks and a wizard from the old hunters were approaching him. Get up, lad. The battle isn't over yet. The old mercenaries began preparing for battle. Yannick, the ice wizard who helped Dion up, looked at the vampires with cold, focused eyes. Your comrades didn't die in vain. Following the wizard's gaze, Dion looked at the vampires and soon understood what he meant. Their bodies were pierced with silver swords, weapons that Ayla, Lark, and Che had struck them with before they died. They didn't seem to mind the silver swords sticking out of their bodies as they confidently approached. 3 of them have silver swords in them. Just stick it to 2 more, and the rest is up to the wizard. Can you do what's left? Dion clenched his silver daggers in reverse grips, gritting his teeth. They'll give it a shot. Show me. Don't let the name of Dion Mercenary Group be just a tombstone for the young who died in vain. Ice magic formed in Yannick's hands. Yannick spat out a battle cry. Kill them and leave a mark. Mercenaries speak with the heads of their enemies, not their own gravestones. Arfdash. Dion charged forward, and the 3 tanks of the old hunters closely followed him. The vampires tried to stab the charging Dion, laughing derisively, but a frost spell from Yannick flew towards them, a half-beat quicker. Performing magic right before us. How arrogant! Of the 5 vampires, 2 who were untouched by the silver sword were blood magic skill wielders. Their eyes glowed bright red, and a formed blood-red barrier effortlessly neutralized the freezing spell. Enough with the childish games, sorcerer. The 2 vampires simultaneously shot blood-red magic toward Yenichi. Quakwang dash. Cough! Yenichi, swept up in the blood magic bombardment, vomited blood and was thrown backwards. However, this gave the charging party some time. Approaching close range, Dion threw the 2 silver daggers he held swiftly. The dagger throw of a level 27 rogue boasted a force comparable to a bullet. Chong! Chong! However, the 3 other vampires stepped forward, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Then, they lunged their swords and claws toward Dion, whose hands were now empty. Puke! Tuhuk! The attack was intercepted by the tanks from the old hunters, who had charged out from behind Dion. However, the vampires' attacks were not ordinary, and the old hunters' tanks couldn't escape unscathed. A sword broke through a shield and pierced a shoulder. A claw cost an arm, and a side was penetrated. It doesn't matter. Dion's eyes bulged. All he was focused on was the task he had to accomplish. In the split second when 3 vampires and 3 humans were entwined with swords, claws, and shields, Dion agilely rolled out of the mess. In his hands were again the 2 silver daggers he had drawn from his belt. Then, Dion rushed towards the two vampires, yet untouched by the silver sword. Puke.
Puhuk.
Puk dash. After a moment's exchange of attack and defense, Dion's silver daggers were undeniably lodged in the necks of the two vampires. But, smiling at the sight was Dion, whose head was already severed, held in one of the vampire's hands. Having lost his head, Dion's body staggered a few more steps, then powerlessly collapsed onto the ground. Thud. Weak. The vampire indifferently gazed at Dion's head in his hand, then flippantly threw it away. Wish. Sheol peak. De Garur. Dion's head rolled across the top of the wall, splattering blood. Tasteless. The vampire grumbled discontentedly as he licked the blood smeared on his hand. Let's finish off the remaining bastards quickly and kill the humans inside the castle. That sounds good. I feel like eating until my belly bursts. The 5 vampires slowly advanced to finish off the old hunter's mercenaries who were still breathing. That's when it happened. Krung, krung. Suddenly, the sound of thunder echoed. Dark clouds suddenly crowded the clear sky, and blue lightning began to flash. Chapter 140. The 5 vampires slowly approached the still-breathing mercenaries of old hunters, intending to finish them off.
He.
Yenichi, whose limbs were torn apart by blood magic bombardment, let out a chuckle at the approaching villains. The other downed tanks joined in the laughter, causing one of the vampires to scowl. Why are you laughing, human? Aren't you scared of death? Of course, dying is scary, but you mosquito bastards. Rumble, rumble, thunder echoed in the sky. Even the vampires were surprised by this and looked up at the sky. Yenichi burst into laughter. You should also fear lightning. Rumble. With a vicious thunderclap, a flash of light illuminated the area, and, phew! At the far end of the rampart, the figure of an old mage was revealed in the light. Jupiter, the SR-grade lightning mage, with her pure white hair flying in the wind, taking a long puff from the cigar in her mouth, emitting a vivid blue glow from her single eye. Hovering above Jupiter's raised fist was a magic orb, crackling with yellow lightning. Being a mage is hard, Jupiter growled, chewing on her cigar. No matter how many of our allies die, we can't sortie until the situation allows it. Mages are more valuable than the soldiers maintaining the front line with their lives. The rain pouring from the dark clouds soaked Jupiter's old Empire uniform. Even the cigar clenched in her mouth was quickly extinguished by the rain. Tui. Jupiter, who didn't care about the cigar, spat it out on the ground and raised a sinister smile. From a mage's perspective, it's such a shitty job. Damn. Blood trickled from Jupiter's nose and mouth as she strained to gather mana. Junior, standing next to her, placed her hand on the old woman's shoulder. I'll assist you, grandmother. I'm going all out. Keep up. Jupiter turned to the side and roared. Lily, activate the mana amplifier. Target me. Lily, who had been waiting, activated the mana amplification artifact. Immediately, a faint blue light enveloped Jupiter's body. Hey, you shit-headed bastards. Raising the magic orb, which was trembling with the mana over its capacity, upwards. Jupiter thrust her fist forward with a roar. Let's see how tough and delicious you are. And then, lightning struck. Crack boom. A bright yellow lightning bolt from the sky struck the 5 vampires accurately. Jupiter's lightning is an area magic. It's hard to precisely target a small number of targets. But, if silver swords are embedded in their bodies, if a clear magical catalyst guides it, especially if that is metal that conducts electricity, what can't I do with a precise attack? With Jupiter's hearty shout, the 5 vampires were pierced by the lightning. Coup dash. Coup? Qua. The 5 vampires let out hideous screams. It was an attack they could normally withstand. But the silver swords embedded in their bodies acted as catalysts amplifying the magic. The lightning that struck the silver swords enhanced its power several times within the vampires' bodies, burning their insides black. And moreover, one more time dash. Jupiter's second skill, Bleaching again, delivers an additional blow to an enemy that has been hit and marked by the first skill. Crack boom. This time, a frosty lightning bolt fell on the vampires. It was a powerful strike, intending to evaporate the last drop of blood left in the vampires' bodies. As a result, the vampires' normally unstable soul cores solidified and clearly appeared in places like their chests or heads. And the snipers didn't miss it. Got it. Damien, who had been waiting, fired his crossbow. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The flying arrows accurately penetrated the soul cores of 3 vampires. The 3 vampires, with their soul cores torn apart, instantly died without even letting out a decent scream. Ugh! KHH. These little bastards. The remaining 2 vampires, quickly regenerating their bodies, tried to crawl out of the firing line. That's not going to happen. We've been waiting. Old Girl and Skull were already standing in their escape route. In their hands were the magic guns, the woodpecker and the Cerberus, lent by Damien. Arg! You insect-like bastards. Soon, the Lord will dash. Rat-a-tat-a-tat dash. Bang! 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 Skull and Old Girl rained down magical bullets towards the souls of those who were trying to babble on. The magic guns, difficult to handle without Damien's transcendent targeting ability, were the woodpecker and Cerberus. Their grades were low and their size small, enabling the 2 women to use them effortlessly. A moment later, as the hazy smoke cleared, 2 vampires, reduced to rags by the barrage of magical bullets, came into view. 5 ordinary vampires, their soul destruction confirmed. From afar, Damien confirmed the death of the 5 vampires, then looked at the bodies of their comrades and clenched his teeth. And the casualties on our side are... Enough, Damien. Don't look anymore. Jupiter reached out and covered Damien's eyes. There's more work to be done. The deaths of our comrades are not for you to bear, so rest your eyes and join the battlefield over there. Yes. Damien obediently shut his mouth and turned to the side. Then, holding back tears, he slowly moved toward the side where the other party members were fighting the vampire general. Yes, the task of clearing. The guilt of our fallen comrades is not yours to bear. Swallowing the bile that rose from within, Jupiter walked towards the mountain of fallen comrades' bodies. That's a job for old folks like me. Junior hurried over to Jupiter. Grandma, come here. It'll help you with the magic operation. Having just helped Jupiter with her magic operation, Junior understood Jupiter's physical condition and was filled with worry, but Jupiter vehemently shook her head. Don't worry about me, you should go. Move with Damien. But, Grandma, your body is... These guys are just piranhas. The real monsters are there, and the battle is just beginning. Jupiter grabbed Junior's shoulder and gently pushed her back. And you are needed in that battle. Go now. Junior's hesitation was brief. See you later, Grandma. Nodding, Junior turned around and quickly ran towards the battlefield. Huff! Clutching her chest as it began to ache, Jupiter walked between the bodies of her comrades. Those who had fallen first had also been swept up in Jupiter's lightning and were burnt black. There seemed to be no survivors. The same was true for the old hunters, Jupiter's party. Yenichi. Looking down at her comrade who had been battered by blood magic, Jupiter called out his name. Yenich's limbs were torn apart. There was no way he could survive such an injury. With a pale face, Yenichi gave a feeble laugh. Don't look at me like that. You knew this would happen when you gathered us, Jupiter. The 4 mercenaries of the old hunters Jupiter had gathered were all individuals who bore grudges against the vampires. That's why they had answered Jupiter's call so quickly. At the news of facing vampires, I was glad to be able to take a shot at those vampire bastards one last time. Yenichi, who had been faintly smiling, slowly turned his head. But at the end of his gaze lay the brutally killed bodies of the Dion mercenary group. It's a bit regretful that these young folks died. Creak. Quietly, Jupiter put a cigar in her mouth, lit it, and passed it to Yenichi. Yenichi, who had quietly sucked in the smoke, coughed and grunted. The Dion mercenary group. It's their achievement. They almost ruined everything, but in the end, they sacrificed their lives to do it. The credit for damaging these vampires belongs to them. What good is the credit when they're dead? The young people who were cheerfully laughing just a few minutes ago were now gone. Only cold, dismembered corpses remained. This front line will be able to advance a step further thanks to these kids' deaths. But what good is that? Jupiter covered her face with her gloved hand. To Jupiter, the death of the Dion mercenary group didn't just seem to belong to them. All the young people, and the death of her granddaughter that would inevitably come one day, they all overlapped. What's the point of all this achievement? All their dreams, ambitions, all disappeared for nothing. You shouldn't say such things, Jupiter. We're mercenaries, aren't we? Yenichi grumbled in a fading voice. In our hard-earned major, there's value. Isn't the life of moths like us, praying for meaning in the light we barely touched by burning our whole bodies? Yenichi could no longer draw on his cigar and coughed. Jupiter, who took the cigar from his mouth, tried to remain calm. May there be meaning in that death. In the death of those young ones and in our death as well. The chuckling voice of Yenichi faded away. Our era, the era of the veterans, is coming to an end. Now, it's a new era to be ushered in by those young ones. May there be light in their future. Yenichi murmured with his eyes closed. Young children, bloom your flowers. Soon after, Yenneki's breath stopped. Jupiter didn't agree with everything Yenichi said, but one thing he resonated with deeply. The era of the veterans was coming to an end. From now on, the battlefield would belong to the young ones. Life and death, glory and defeat, victory and disgrace, all would belong to the young ones. The time they could share the heavy burden together was not much longer. The remaining mercenaries of the old hunters came and stood next to Yenneki's body. All of them were wounded, arms lost, sides pierced, shoulders blown away. But they didn't die. Those of you still breathing, go get treated by the healer over there and return immediately. Jupiter turned his gaze. The other mercenaries also looked in the same direction. Bang! Boom! A fierce battle was taking place on the walls. Two vampire generals and this side's elite heroes were locked in a decisive battle. The real battle with the monsters is still far from over. As if lighting a scent stick, he put a half-smoked cigar in front of a pile of ally bodies. Jupiter gritted his teeth and turned his body around. We old folks can't be a burden, let alone help. N-rank heroes have to prove themselves. The opportunity only comes once. A single moment when they're thrown into the battlefield. They have to grab that first and last chance. They must show their worth, their usefulness, their value of life, to step out of the shadows into the light, to even receive the spotlight on the stage. The Dion mercenary group was annihilated. They couldn't withstand the brutality of the battlefield. They couldn't overcome the pressure of actual combat. They broke the formation, violated the tactics. As a result, they all died. But the Dion mercenary group accomplished their assigned mission. They managed to stick a silver sword into the bodies of the vampires, and using this, they could kill all the vampires. They got the opportunity and proved their usefulness, but they died in the end. And they could never get a second chance. The dreams they had harbored cooled down along with their cold corpses. I will never forget their names. But what's the point of remembering them? What are you thinking so deeply about? Celendian spoke up. I was startled and looked forward. The vampire king was twirling and shaking the wine glass in his hand with a grin. What's the use of counting the number of subordinates who are already dead? As if looking right through us, he swept over me with his bright red gaze. The vampire king babbled nonchalantly. Your really beloved friends. They will start dying now.